Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon evening. Appreciate you coming out. So far in the sandbox, we have Rustiator, Real John Lithium, Mix Glitch Master, and Etchbox. Welcome. Super appreciate it. So Rustiator starting off saying, I hope you live means you are feeling better. So that is a yes/no question. I feel okay. I am not okay. So I feel fine, but I'm not okay. So like the second cold that I got, the symptoms weren't as severe as the first one, but it is in my lungs. It is definitely settled in my lungs. I probably have a lung infection. I'm going to the doctor's tomorrow, probably to be put on antibiotics and get an inhaler to clear that all out. So like I feel my energy is fine. I feel fine, but it's in my lungs. Like I can feel the tightness in it, the coughing. So I might go into some severe coughing fits. If I do, I'll probably like cover the screen and mute the mic because it would sound like I am dying. It's not the first time this has happened to me, so I get it. So like throat lozenges and stuff do nothing for it because again, it's in my lungs, nothing to do with my throat. So I probably sound okay. But I can feel the heaviness in my lungs and I can't take a deep breath. And yeah, I know the signs, which also means I'm quarantining myself right now because I cannot risk getting another cold on top of this. So yeah, such is life. But like I said, like my energy is fine. I'm feeling fine. Otherwise, I just know I'm not okay. I'm going to be doing a lot of that during the stream. And also, I just want to say, Real John Lithium, super appreciate you on Blue Sky. You regularly tweet out my live streams and everything. And, every little bit helps, and I appreciate it. I notice it. Hello, hermeteorologists, Silas and Mumi. Welcome. Mumi is recovering from 4 extractions on Thursday. I'm guessing, yeah, I'm guessing teeth. And Mumi saying, I once coughed so hard, I pulled a muscle in my chest. Yeah. Well, the bright side is the muscle that I have pulled in my chest under here, when I was working out is more or less healed. So, I was hoping to start going back to the gym tomorrow, but obviously I can't do that with, my lungs being infected. No heavy working out, nothing that would cause me to breathe heavy type things. So, so until my lungs have cleared out a bit, I can't go back to the gym either. Hello, Reference Frame. And while we're waiting for people to trickle in here, got a question for all of you. A super big special question. Okay, it's about this. It's about this. It's about this. I have figured out the naming conventions for my vampires, like how they are named and all that sort of stuff. And so Minuet has 2 names. My name is 3 names, Sandy Lynn Lovis, and she has 2 names, which is uncommon. Normally they have 3. And so I know what her second name is. Kind of. I need your help in figuring out which one I go with. And so it's Minluna Lai or Minlun Lai. Let me know which one you like better. So Minluna Lai or Minlunlai. And what that means in Vampirish is the brightest moment of the full moon. So let me know what you think, if I should go with Minlunalai or Minlunlai. And then how the hell do I spell that? Also, I've been doing a lot of great work on my TYT essay. Right out the gate, I'm going to do this. Print screen. There we go. Oh, I'm going to do this. I can do that. There we go. One of these days, I'm going to be all sophisticated and not have to do it this way, but since it happened back to back, let's do this. Thank you so much, True Democratic North, for the $5 super chat, and Rusty Ader for becoming a Feldspar member of the SandBox. I super appreciate it. Hermeteorologist is just saying that AV seems good, and I had to hit live again, though might be just me. Okay. Yeah. Yep, super appreciate the $5 and the membership. Every little bit helps the channel. Now, if I get a couple more super chats, I'm going to give you guys a little sneak. So I have been working on the TYT essay. And I hate how my mind works sometimes, because it's like I can remember something was said, but I can't remember when. Like, it could have been 2 months ago, it could have been 2 years ago, it could have been 10 years ago. And I also won't necessarily remember from where. But I will remember exactly what was said. And there was something that Anna Kasparian said that I knew she said that I wanted in my essay for the part that I'm working on right now. I searched for it for about 3 to 4 hours. 3 to 4 hours. And it is a clip that is 1 minute and 10 seconds long. And the part of it that really matters is quite literally the last 2 seconds. Yeah, that's how I spent a good chunk of my, what was it, Friday that I did that? And thank you so much, Real John Litham, for the $4.99 super chat with the Hype Hippo. Really appreciate it. And I was going to say, if I got some super chats in, I would show you that clip. And, well, you guys already got that. So you're going to see that little clip, that 1 minute long and 10-second clip. And it was just literally the last 2 seconds of it is what I was looking for. But the lead into it is also going to be, because it's important to have the whole full context of it for the video essay and where it is. So let's see. Oh, right. I just have to call you Rusty. Rusty. Okay. Hello, Big Jerry. Welcome. Hello, Mozart. And True Democratic North. Welcome, welcome. So again, I was asking people something about my book. You can help me out a lot here. And so Minuet has 2 names. And her second name is, and I'm undecided between 2 versions of it. Minlunalai or Minlunlai. Let me know what you think. So put a 1 for Minlunalai and put a 2 for Minlunlai. And then once I kind of have it kind of settled in my brain which one I'm going to go with, then we'll figure out the spelling. And what that means in Vampirish is the brightest moment of the full moon. So her name would be like Minuet Minlunalai. So now that I have like the naming convention of the vampires in my head, I have to work on what their vampirish names are. But she only has 2 names, which is uncommon. Because The way it works is the vampire that finds you gets to name you, and that's a vampirish name. So the vampire that found Minuet named her Minluna Lai or Minlun Lai. And then when they become, like when they hit puberty and they get their white streak so that they are turning into vampires, they select a chosen name. And that chosen name, that fluctuates all the time. They can change it, update it, whatever. Quite often, if they were old enough to know what their human name was, they stick with that. That's very common. But the first name changes all the time. Now, the third name is the given name of their mentor. So they get a mentor, and the mentor was given a name when they were found. And so the third name is the name of their given name of their mentor. So it would be like their parents' given name. And the reason why some vampires will only have two names is if they parted, like something happened with their mentor. And in the vampire lore, it is very rude to ask about it. Because it's just an understanding that if there's two names, you don't ask about it. If the vampire wants to acknowledge it, they can, but it is very rude and inappropriate to ask about it. Also, it's best not to assume what happened, because it can happen just because they didn't really get along, they have a misunderstanding, or they just parted ways, something as simple as that, or they could have had a really bad falling out. And when they lose their mentor's given name, basically all their kinthrin will not associate with them anymore, their mentor. So it's like they can talk to them, but they can never acknowledge their relationships. So they can talk to their mentor in the future, but it will never be acknowledged that they were their mentor. And the kinthrin, so that's the other kins of the mentor, will also never acknowledge that they're kind of not related, but related. And no one would ever acknowledge, who knew that relationship, no one would ever acknowledge it. So it's more or less a complete break from their mentor's connection. And so it's not always like a bad thing. Sometimes it's just more like an indifferent thing, but it can also be because of a bad thing that happened. And so Minuet only has two names. And if you've read the book, you probably would know why. So I got a few ones and 1 2. Hello, Rockman and John Davis. Vampires where? In my book. Read my book. Mozart, vamp puberty? Yes, they have vamp puberty. Vampirism? Vampirish is the language that the vampires speak. Vampirish is what I'm saying. And yes, Mozart, I've talked about my book at length, and the vampires are discovered, but they're human at first, and it's not until they hit puberty that they really start to transform into a vampire. So yeah. Anyway, but let's see, where are we for viewers? So we're up to 16. How about we do a docket, and then I will share that clip that I searched hours for my TYT essay, but I have a fair bit to go through, although I did get rid of a lot of stuff, because until this essay is done, I don't think I want to be breaking up these live streams. Like, I know not too long ago, I'm like, I need to break up these live streams because, the 5 to 6 hours a night is killing me. But I have such a hard time doing 2 major tasks in the same day. And so, like, tomorrow, I would much rather just be able to focus on either painting or the video essay and not have to worry about, a live stream that would be happening later in the evening. So I will be just doing the whole thing tonight. Hopefully I can keep it short. Luck Dragon, they must be vampirized first? Okay, so a little quick rundown. You get me talking about my book. This will not be a political live stream. Well, there, for lack of a better word right now, there's a gene in some humans. Now, when I say gene, like I don't mean a gene per se, but I also don't want to call them metachlorins. But it's something like that. I'm still working on that. And so when a child is discovered, vampires can taste this in their blood. And so when a child is discovered to be carrying that gene, they are given vampire blood. And when that happens, they start to lose their memory of their human life, and they lose all desire to bond with humans. And when I say lose their memory, depending on how old they are. So if they're really young, then they will have like a complete memory wipe. They'll remember their name, maybe, depending on how old you are. But if they're older, it's kind of like that life drifts away like a dream. So they might remember like they had a mother, but they don't remember any details about her. They might remember some knowledge they have, but don't necessarily remember how they got that knowledge, that sort of thing. And so while they're children, they grow at human rates. And so they eat human food, they grow at human rates until they hit puberty. And when they hit puberty, they get a white streak in their hair, which indicates they are ready for human blood. And so a little bit before that point, they're matched up with a mentor, and their mentor is more or less like their parent. And so during puberty, when it first hits, because it's not just like the hormonal changes and everything, like they are literally changing to a new species. So their aging process drastically slows down. So they could be 100 years old, but still look like they're in their late teens. And so at first, after they get the white streak, they can have human blood, but they also still need to get vampire blood, and they can still eat human food for a while. But eventually they'll no longer be able to digest human food, and at that point they get weaned off of the vampire blood, and then they move on to just like human blood only. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell. That's the vampire lore in my book. So John Davis, metachloride sounds like a plant. It's from Star Wars. It's the metachlorines that determine how strong you are with the Force. So that's the synopsis of the vampire lore and how they become vampires. But let's say they are never discovered, so a vampire never comes across them, and they're never kind of activated. Then they just human out. They would live their life as a human, no different than any other human. And that's that. That's that. So you could buy my book, Luck Dragon. If you buy it now, you're going to have a special edition. Because when I release my TYT essays, there's some edits that I'm going to be making to it. So nothing that will change the plot at all whatsoever. There's something about the language, especially in the last chapter, that will change. So if you get the copy now, it's going to be kind of like a collector's edition. And for those who have read the book, when I mention the last chapter, you probably know what I mean by that. So, yeah. And so, yeah, their vampirish names would be their chosen name. And so Minuet chose her name, Minuet. And then her given name was Menluna Lai. And she no longer has her mentor's given name. And if you've read the book, you probably know why. So, yeah, but like I said, the new edition, nothing is going to change to the plot whatsoever. It's all the same, just some of the language will be different in the last chapter. And then I'll also be adding a reader's note to the new edition, just to let people know what to expect with the series. You know, the prequels and the sequels that are planned out. So there's that. And anyway, I've been chatting for like almost a half hour now, and I still haven't even gotten into like the politics of the day. And I have like, in some areas, I have like 2 weeks of politics to get caught up on because I was planning on doing 2 live streams last week, and then the cold was hitting, and you could probably see me deflate, I guess you could say, throughout that stream, as I thought I was okay, and by the end of it, it's like, I am not okay. And so I am feeling fine right now, but I am not okay because the infection is in my lungs. I can feel it. So I might get into some coughing fits. I'll probably have to block the screen and stuff so you don't think I'm dying. And I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow to get it looked at. So I've had it before, but since it's not in my throat, it's not really affecting, it's not harming my voice to speak. But if I breathe in too deeply or something like that, I can disrupt it, or just sometimes I will want to cough because there's an infection in my lungs. John Davis, phooey to politics, more vampires. Yeah. Well, I'm more than happy to talk about vampires a little bit later on. So why don't we do a docket? And this is on some federal politics. I was hoping to get a lot of this covered last week, but I ended up getting rid of a lot and putting some more recent stuff in it. And then I'll show you the clip that I spent like, I don't know, like 4 hours looking for my TIT essay. All because of the last 2 seconds in it. That's really all that matters in that clip, is the last 2 seconds that are in it. It's like, I knew she said it, damn it, but where? And I have a playlist of over 200 videos that are going into this essay. Like, I could at least narrow it down, as in I knew she said it while not on the main show. So it's not like I had to search all of those videos. It was only videos where she was on somebody else's show that I had to search. But I tried Googling it. I tried all these different things. And then it's like, I kind of vaguely remember what it was, but did she say it this way or that way? Because when you word search it, it matters. Anyway. Oh, why don't we get into it? So I am going to put this in studio mode because this sometimes acts up when I do this. Menus. Okay, no, that's fine. It's where it should be. Okay. Transition. Boom. There we go. So last week I covered some stories about Indigenous peoples that was in the news, because I feel it's important, especially here in Canada, being a political commentator, that this is included, because quite often those stories get ignored. And it's important because the federal government has continued to harm the Indigenous communities in this country, and stealing their land and a whole bunch of other horrendous stuff. The Indian Act is still a thing. The amount of racism towards Indigenous peoples in this country, systemic, and just, people walking out on the streets, is worse than pretty much any other kind of racism that I've seen or know about here in Canada. Like, this country committed multiple genocides, and it's multiple because many bands of Indigenous peoples were wiped out. So it wasn't just one people. That's why when we say Indigenous peoples, the peoples is pluralized, because there were multiple bands. They're not all one group. And so each band would have its own culture, its own, dress or language, and all of these other sorts of things that went into it. That might have been similar to ones around them, but still have its own distinctions. And a lot of them were wiped out because of this Canadian government. And the systems put in place to do that they've never been fully erased. And so we live in an apartheid state here in Canada, because the laws that govern Indigenous peoples is different than the laws that govern someone like me. And it's important to not ignore that, and to acknowledge it, and to shine a light on it, to get more people aware of it, because it is not okay. For people who are interested in getting news about Indigenous peoples, you would want to follow this network here, the APTN. It's Indigenous owned and run, and they're journalists and everything Indigenous. You get the stories from their perspectives. So here we have from APTN News, the federal government has ended funding for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. See how Indigenous leaders are standing up for the cause tonight on APTN News. So I'll just...
This government must prioritize our work.
The sunsetting of crucial funding. The feds have axed funding related to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. How Indigenous leaders are standing up for the cause.
This story and more.
So you can go to APTN News to find out more about that. But when anyone is talking about the Kearney government, keep this in mind, that this is what the Kearney government has done. Because a lot of people is like, oh, he's great, he's progressive, he's this and that, and he's anything but. And so he has let this sunset. And this is still an issue. Because there was the Truth and Reconciliation that came in. There was the report on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And there was all these actions that could take place to make things, nothing would ever make things all right, but improve the situation. Only a handful of the over 90 have ever been accomplished. And missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, they are still disproportionately targeted here in Canada. It's one of the rare groups of people where the women are the murdered women. The murders happen from people more outside of their group than from inside their group. So majority of white women are murdered by white men, majority of black women are murdered by black men, just statistically speaking. But with Indigenous women, it's from outside. And then here's an example of the systemic racism, the racism that is just built right into our system. Because again, I have a health card here in Ontario that gives me the health care, all that sort of stuff. But if you're Indigenous, you don't get that same health card, whatever province you're in, because it's all federal governance. And so quite often in the hospitals and stuff too, there's a lot of racism going on. And a lot of Indigenous people who go into ERs are ignored. They're labeled as drunks or drug addicts, and they are ignored. And that leads to, horrific consequences. So this is from CBC News. You are going to be outraged. Mother speaks ahead of inquest into daughter's death at Niagara Hospital. Family of Indigenous women who sought care at St. Catherine's Hospital hopes inquest prevents similar cases. It was pounding rain outside the Sessions on River recording studios in Fort Erie, Ontario, Thursday night, but that did little to dampen the mood inside as friends, family, and members of the community gathered to pay their tribute to Heather Winterstein. Her death at the St. Catherine's Hospital more than 4 years ago has raised questions about how Indigenous people and those with mental health and substance use issues are treated in the healthcare system. Now that I'm actually talking out loud, because I haven't been doing much of this when I'm just, chilling out by myself, I'm going to have to take a lot more breaks in my sentences because I can't take a deep breath right now. Just to warn you if my reading seems a little bit off. Just days before the coroner's inquest is set to begin into Winterstein's death in late 2021 at what is now called the Marota Family Hospital, Thursday's event was celebration of the legacy of the 24-year-old left behind. My niece was a person, a loved person with family, her aunt Jill Loon told CBC News. We want to support Heather's parents and remind people she was beautiful, wonderful person who deserved better. Winterstein's death came after she tried over 2 days in December of that year to access health care at the hospital. She was taken by ambulance to the hospital on December 9th, 2021, with severe back pain following a fall. She was given a Tylenol and was sent home with a bus ticket, the office of the chief coroner said in a report in February. The office said the physician determined social issues were behind the trip to the hospital. The next morning, her family called emergency medical services when they noticed Winterstein's skin appeared gray and she returned to the hospital. After spending hours in the emergency department waiting room, Winterstein collapsed on the floor. The coroner's office said she was rushed to the intensive care unit where efforts to resuscitate her failed. An autopsy found Winterstein died from sepsis, an extreme response due to an infection due to the Streptococcus pyogenes, some bacteria, that coroner's office said. Winterstein's mother, Francine, I don't know how to say that, is haunted by what her daughter had endured in her final moments. One of the witnesses said she looked terrified. She told CBC News at Thursday event, "That's not something a mother should hear." Francine said Winterstein opened up to her that she was addicted to heroin and fentanyl, but said her daughter also experienced joy in life. Heather was a gentle person who loved animals, she said, recalling her daughter's budgies, cats, dogs, rabbits, guinea pigs, hamsters, and lizards. "I called her my little zookeeper." Inside the music studio Thursday evening, a solitary pink dress hung from a stand. Winterstein's mom said her daughter's prom dress from happier times. The inquest into Winterstein's death begins Monday and is expected to last about 2 weeks with about 22 witnesses. Francine said people can expect to hear jarring testimony at the inquest about her daughter's health care. "I want to give you fair warning that when you listen to the testimony, the evidence, you are going to be outraged. You're going to be outraged as I was," she told the gathering. Francine hopes recommendations coming out of the inquest will help ensure how her daughter was treated won't ever happen again. "My whole goal is to stop this from happening to any other parent that has a child with addictions, that has Indigenous child, that has marginalized person in their family," she said. "I'm happy that the inquest is going to take place. I don't want Heather's death to be for nothing, and it would be for nothing. It's going to be the start of something new and something powerful." It's a very pretty dress. So the inquest was announced in 2024. It's a public hearing to inform the public about the circumstances of a death, but does not assign blame or make findings of guilt or innocence. The jury makes conclusion about the facts of the death and may make recommendations to prevent further deaths, the province said. There's a little bit more to the article. I'm going to toss it into SandBox if you want to continue reading it. Just, a tragic reminder of racism in healthcare, which is a massive issue here in Canada. A third-party panel of the inquest in Niagara Health reviewed what happened in the hospital leading up to Winterstein's death and found that despite Winterstein having abnormal vital signs at her first hospital visit, she was discharged without being assessed. The panel noted there was concern that unconscious bias may have played a role into Winterstein's care because she was labeled as experiencing both addiction and homelessness. So I'm going to toss the rest of this into the SandBox. Because, again, I have some issues with my lungs right now, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do a lot of reading of long articles today. I might have to cut them shorter than I would like. And so things, things are bad when Amnesty International says, "Boo you." And so this is recent from Amnesty International. Supports calls for public inquiry into the 1970s RCMP spying program. And I covered this in an earlier live stream about how there was a concerted effort to spy on Indigenous leaders in the 60s and 70s. In a way that, was far above and beyond the norm. Very similar to what happened to like Muslim folks after 9/11 type thing. And some of the details are coming out about it now, and it's very troubling. So in response to the Assembly of First Nations call for public inquiry into the RCMP's so-called Native Extremism spying program, which reportedly saw agencies infiltrate the 1970s Indigenous rights movement, Ketty, I don't know how to say that, Secretary General of Amnesty International Canada English-speaking section said, the human rights violations described in the records about the RCMP Native Extremism Program are shocking and unacceptable for any human rights abiding country. An apology alone will not address this injustice, and Amnesty International unequivocally supports Indigenous nations' efforts to uncover the truth and pursue their right to remedy. Indigenous defenders have a right to privacy, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom from discrimination. These international human rights principles are the foundation of their critical work to protect their communities from systemic racism and preserve the environment we all depend on. So there's a little bit more, again, there's a little bit more to this, and I will toss this article into the SandBox. Again, reminder for people, or for people who are showing up a bit late, you might see me coughing. I'm going to try to mute it when I do. It might look or sound like I'm dying. As far as I know, I'm not. I just have a issue with my lungs right now. I guess like a lung infection going on. Something that's happened to me before. So going to the doctor's tomorrow. But it's also hampering my ability to read because I can't take in a deep breath the way that I normally would. So moving on from Christo Avalos, quote tweeting this, saying, when the NDP says the Liberal campaign on the left and govern on the right, it's called a conspiracy theory. Liberals just admitted it's been true all along. And for anyone who was paying attention during the last federal election, yeah. It would make Keir Starmer blush, what Mark Carney has been doing. Because any idea that the party was liberal has long ago been erased, especially now that they have a majority. Like right from the get-go, as soon as Mark Carney was in office, all the policies, economic policies, and everything he was pushing through were things that Pierre Poilievre wanted to do. And it was getting to the point where Pierre Poilievre would be whining. It's like, the Mark Carney government is bad because they're not doing blank. And then Mark Carney government's actually, we just did that. And then Pierre Poilievre would be like, oh, but they're horrible because of blank. And then they're like, yeah, got it, done. And then it's like, oh, they should be doing blank. And it's like, yeah, we're on it, dude. Chill out. Like, it was almost comical if it wasn't so detrimental, how much that was happening. And that's why the theory goes that a lot of the conservative MPs felt safe crossing the floor because they knew they were moving to another conservative party. So there's going to be a little bit more about the floor crossings in just a moment, but not the floor crossings, the majority in the Liberal government. But first, here's Stephen Guilbeault, who, yeah, he just outright said, yeah, we did it. We promised more left-wing principles and stuff like that. We said that, but we are absolutely governing on the right.
So I think you are right. We campaigned in the last election as a center, maybe center-left party, and we're governing more as a center-right party. And I don't think anyone would be surprised to
If you campaigned and won on a center-left platform, it's a betrayal to all of your voters to then do something that is the polar opposite.
that I would say that. Like it's very obvious, but we're still, in terms of our values and what we stand for, this hasn't changed. There's a different way of doing things. There's a shift in certain priorities, but we still stand for all of those things that you and I have been talking about. So I think you are.
And so there's, darn it, that's not what I wanted to do. I forget that I do really have to just break out of the screen. Main shot, because I have a different setup for when I'm watching YouTube videos that features it better. Let me share YouTube. Okay, so here's a video from The Breach that also goes into Liberals Don't Care that Mark Carney is ruling like a right-winger. The video is 9.5 minutes long. We're not going to be watching the whole thing. We'll just get a little sampling of it. And like a lot of the things I'm doing today, I will toss the link into the SandBox and you can go watch the rest of it on your own. But for more progressive type politics here in Canada, you want to be subscribed to The Breach and, you know, their articles and things of that sort. Skip past that.
He borrows heavily from Pierre Poilievre's playbook and capitulates to the U.S. president at every turn. How are Liberals squaring the contrast between the promise and the reality? The way in which he's, you know, building a kind of very big tent coalition that includes, you know, right-wing conservative MPs.
Yeah, so one of the MPs that crossed the floor wasn't just a conservative, but was a raging right-wing lunatic. And the Liberal Party still accepted her when they didn't have to. Because even without her, with the 3 by-elections that were coming up, and it was strongly suspected that they would go Liberal, they would have had a majority with just that. They didn't have to accept an anti-choice, homophobic, transphobic bigot. They just didn't need to. But they still accepted her into their tent as the Liberal Party.
That many Liberals probably wouldn't see reflected in their values?
Not at all. I'm not concerned at all.
Even if those MPs are anti-abortion, anti-vax, pro-Trump?
Is it possible? I mean, I'm playing the devil's advocate. Is it possible that those MPs never really felt that way?
So you want disingenuous MPs in your party. You're okay with that. It's like, well, they didn't believe that stuff. Now they believe our stuff, huh? Isn't that possible?
Like maybe
Well, Marilyn Gladu was praising Trump as recently as last month.
Just acknowledge that your party is shit.
Chair of the University Rosedale Riding Association.
Very nice. That was Christea Freelands.
It was, yes.
And will be next?
Danielle Martin, I hope.
How is Carney snagging these progressive lefties?
I think they believe in action. I think they believe in this vision that he has for the country about building things and moving things forward, and also about protecting Canadian sovereignty, coming out of public health and as a longtime advocate for.
Mark Carney is not enforcing the Canada Healthcare Act, and things are bad in Ontario with our healthcare right now. They're worse in Alberta. Healthcare is absolutely being privatized in Alberta at a rate far faster than here in Ontario. And Mark Carney is doing dick all about it when that's the federal government's responsibility to make sure the provinces are in line with the Canadian Healthcare Act.
Our public healthcare system, I think she sees public health as a very central part of this sovereignty question.
And on healthcare, it seems like Carney is turning a blind eye while Alberta violates the Canada Health Act.
I will respectfully say that is out of my scope of knowledge.
Okay. How do you?
Oh no, I don't know anything about it. Just like have some backbone, people, and be like, yeah, I don't agree with what the Liberal government is doing, but overall I still agree with the principles of the party or something bullshit. Like just acknowledge that, yeah, this ain't good.
I think that Carleton was misrepresented for many years.
Talking about Pierre Poilievre writing. Let's see. What was this douche canoe saying?
No, he won't join.
So let me ask you about the defense industrial
Yeah,
strategy.
sorry.
No, I get you have lots of
You're
fans.
popular.
The strategy doesn't actually refer to prime companies, U.S. manufacturers who currently get 70% of Canadian military spending. What guarantees are there that money from the defense industrial strategy won't simply go to U.S. companies?
The strategy is very clear that we want to use that as an engine of growth in our country. What we want to do with the strategy is to make sure that Canadian companies, Canadian workers, Canadian industry will benefit.
What guarantee?
He's saying what we want. He's not saying what they will do.
Is there that U.S. branch plant companies won't simply qualify as like under the Buy Canadian policy?
Well, the policy, like I said, is about favoring the growth of domestic industrial capabilities. On the other end, one has to acknowledge that there are a number of, for example, weapons system or defense equipment.
Just stop with the weapons. So here, I'm tossing the rest of this into the SandBox so you can watch the full video. And I do recommend you do. I have watched the full thing. But this was from... I was hoping to cover this last week because the Liberal Party had their convention. At their convention, they had their newest MP, the right-winger that I was talking about, speak at their convention. She had just crossed the floor days earlier, and she was speaking at their convention, this anti-vax bigot. Yeah, and so there was lots of lovely little... oh, thank you so much, MIDI Doctors, for the gifted membership. Super appreciated it. Super appreciated it. I appreciate it. Yeah, so the Liberal Convention happened. There's lots of little sound bites that came out from it that are worth listening to, but this one, again, I think is just hilarious. And it also goes to show where the NDP failed. Because when it comes to union workers, the Conservatives actually won a lot of them over. Because the NDP failed to really show that they were the party of the workers, that they support unions and all that sort of stuff. Like, yeah, the NDP absolutely, completely and utterly failed in the last federal election. I'm hoping things will turn around with Avi Lewis, and we'll be watching some of his stuff later on. I'm liking what he's selling. Let's put it that way so far. I'm really liking what he's saying, and I hope more people pick up on it, but this is just a good demonstration of how anti-worker the Liberal Party is, because they're the ones that would put through legislation to force federal workers back to work when they were striking, instead of working on a contract and trying to find every little single tiny little loophole they could to force them back to work. And so Gil McGowan had tweeted this out. This is what's happened when you lay off 30,000 public sector workers and change your interpretation of the labor code to strip the right to strike from tens of thousands of other workers. And so this is from the Liberal Convention. And so this woman here is Patty Hadju. She is the Ministers of Jobs and Family.
Les membres du syndicat ici, are there any members of unions in the audience? Oh, one lone voice, but you are our partners. Yes, thank you.
No, would be partner. Just one. It was singular. Oh, that is embarrassing.
Oh, one members of unions in the audience? Oh,
one lone person, but you are our partners. Partner. We like you. And so here again, it's a quick soundbite that I'm not going to show because he's saying it in French. But somebody just pointing out, like, this is bullshit. So Mark Carney has said solidarity, inclusivity, and equality. That's what our Liberal Party stands for. And no, it doesn't. And this person just saying bullshit. You dissolve the Ministry of Disability and Equity and Inclusion as one of your first acts of Prime Minister. Yeah, he got rid of that right away. Liberal Party is violating the human rights of disabled Canadians. You and your party is committing social murder against disabled Canadians. And I tend to agree with that. Also, what we saw earlier in the stream about funding for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and a litany of other things. This is not the party of solidarity, inclusivity, and equality. It's far, far from that. But here's some more bullshit coming out of Mark Carney's mouth. Small acts of nationalism. Every act he describes here as solidarity is just folksy beer commercial nationalism. They are working so hard to get us to forget the spirit of internationalist and non-transactional solidarity that the Palestine struggle awakened. And that's Ted Rutland saying that. But here is Mark Carney saying a lot of bullshit. So, saying small acts of solidarity repeated millions of times. That's Canada strong. Seriously, anyone who went through the election and saw this and didn't think that this was going to be a conservative party, come on. Like, literally, there was somebody at my building campaigning that day that had a red t-shirt on that said Canada strong. I'm like, oh, they're conservative. Even though liberal is red. Because that slogan is such a conservative slogan. And I didn't let them in.
At this decisive moment, Canadians are demonstrating just how strong we are. You know, it started quietly. People choosing a wine from the Okanagan over one from California.
Yeah, Canadians buying more Canadian stuff, and it had absolutely nothing to do with how much we all hate the United States right now.
Anyone had any bourbon recently? I don't think so, no.
Talking about alcohol.
Sorry. A family planning a vacation to Prince Edward Island instead of booking flights to Florida. Canadians are rediscovering our country. The Cabot Trail in October. The Columbia Ice Field in June.
Yeah. And so this is all about Canadians just sticking more with Canadians and things of that sort. But, you know, part of the reason why Mark Carney is doing so good, he's good at this. You know, he's good at presenting an, what's the word? Like an auditor or something. He's a very good speaker. He has the pacing down. He knows the right words to say and all that sort of stuff. So he can really ramp up this like national pride and things of that sort. But we live in such an interconnected world that we can't survive on our own here. Like, we really need to be branching out more. And, you know, just seeing things like this frustrate me because a lot of people on, you know, maybe the left or people who aren't connected into the media all that much, they see these things. You know, they see these audio bites, but they never pay attention to the policy that's being passed. And the policy that's being passed is harmful to the majority of Canadians. But they don't read the print. They just watch the clips. And the clips don't go over. So these are the policies that they've pushed through that is going to screw us in the end. And so, as I was saying earlier, they now have a majority because there were 3 by-elections that happened. And all 3 of them went for the Liberals. And so, yeah, now any policy that Mark Carney wants, he gets. All of the conservative policies he wants, he'll get. What he's doing, you know, the austerity, the tax cuts, the way that will bleed regular Canadians dry, all of it. And later in this stream, we're going to be getting into the surveillance pricing thing and how Mark Carney's all on board for that. He's one of the most conservative prime ministers we've had in a long, long time. It's just a lot of people, they don't necessarily think he's conservative because socially speaking, he doesn't come out and say he hates gay people. He doesn't strike people as being, you know, racist, that sort of thing. And so because of those things, because of the social issues that he never talks about, people think he's a liberal.
Just 2 weeks shy.
Oh, and this is from Rachel Gilmore. Everyone go check out her channel. She's an amazing independent journalist here in Canada.
Of the year mark since he won the federal election, Mark Carney's Liberals have secured a majority government. Now, that doesn't usually happen a year later, so what is going on here? While Carney technically clinched that majority government with his 3 by-election wins last night, 2 of those seats were always going to go Liberal. I mean, they were Chrystia Freeland and Bill Blair's seats, so it would have been major news if the Liberal candidates in those ridings didn't win. And that 3rd seat had been a Liberal one until the Supreme Court canceled the incredibly tight result 10 months into this government's tenure. So all that to say, when all of these 3 seats were Liberal before, Carney didn't have a majority government. So really, Carney secured this majority through floor crossings, since he's managed to coax 5 opposition MPs to join the Liberal fold, 4 Conservatives and 1 NDP MP. Personally, I'm not thrilled about this tactic, nor the fact that it resulted in a majority government. That might make some of you mad. It certainly pissed off the folks on Threads. I mean, ouch. But despite...
Yeah. Like I was pointing out earlier, when they actually just acknowledged that they campaigned on a center-left platform. That's not what the voters voted for. The voters voted in a minority government. A lot of Canadians tend to prefer a minority government so that you don't have one party in just pushing through whatever the fuck they want, like Doug Ford is currently doing here in Ontario. And we'll get more into Doug Ford later on. This is a betrayal of their voters. Anyone who voted these MPs in, it is a betrayal of them. Because a lot of people will say, well, you're voting for the person, not the party. That is all bullshit. You're voting for a party platform. And if an MP is part of a party, they vote in line with their party. And so if you're voting Conservative, it's because you agree with the Conservative platform. If you're voting Liberal, it's because you think you agree with the Liberal platform, and so on and so forth. The person who you're voting for, the individual MP, really is a moot point. The only time I have ever heard people saying, oh, well, we voted because we like this person. Okay, there are 2 times in particular. And one of those times is when somebody is trying to justify their vote for a Conservative. Because it's like, yeah, I know the party kind of sucks, but I really like him. So they're trying to justify their vote for a Conservative. But someone like Mike Morris, who is a Green MP in Kitchener Centre, he was voted in because of him. So it's very rare, but like independents can be voted in. Mike Morris got voted in, but he got voted in because he was really in tune with his community. He did the work, he did the door knocking, he went out there, he got the exposure. People got to know him, and that's why he got in. And those types of things are very, very rare. I would say a good 90% of people who vote based on party policy. And so who their MP is, you can go around, like just go around. If you're in Canada, just start going around and asking people who their MP is. They might know that they're Liberal or Conservative, but ask what their name is. Just go, and that is a good demonstration as to how Canadians vote. They won't know the name of their MP. The vast majority will not, which is sad.
What Greg had to say here, I am going to tell you more about that in just a minute. Before I pop off though, what does this actually mean for you as a Canadian living under what is now a Liberal majority government? Well, the difference between a minority and a majority government is pretty big in terms of the power to push through your agenda without anyone stopping you. And to be clear, a majority just means you have more than 50% of the seats in the House of Commons. Now, a weak majority is still vulnerable because it...
Yeah, so all you need is like 40% of the vote, 51% of the chairs, and you get 100% of the power. That is not a fair system.
It only takes a few MPs to catch the flu and you might lose a key vote. But provided everyone shows up and does what Carney tells them to do, which could end up being a pretty big if given the very wide tent that is making up the Liberal Party right now, Carney can basically ram through his agenda and no one can do anything about it. See, a majority means a few things that have some pretty serious implications for Canadians. First, and probably most importantly for a lot of you, it does mean more stability. This is likely a perk for the opposition parties too. Because with a majority, those confidence votes on money matters that would have previously toppled the government and plunged us into an election if they failed, yeah, those are largely going to be a non-issue.
So something that will happen this time, now that the Liberals have a majority, is they won't be able to do the blame game quite as much anymore. So before they could blame the NDP, the coalition that they had, or blame the Conservatives for holding them back on certain policies and all that sort of stuff. But now with every policy that goes through, that is 100% on the Liberals. And so if they're unpopular, if they fall flat, if they do the opposite of what they promised, the Liberals can't wiggle out of that anymore. Like, it is all on the Liberals. So I think people will become a lot more aware suddenly of any policy that gets pushed through. That's the Liberals. And yeah, a lot more people are going to become aware of what this party is all about when they start seeing how these changes are affecting them. And that's good. Like right now, I think is a great time for Avi Lewis to step in because he has the NDP energy I was hoping for. And again, we'll get more into him later on. And he is offering real change for Canadians. And with the austerity and the cost of living that will be skyrocketing, the gaslighting that the Liberal Party will be doing, people might start looking more favorably at Avi Lewis as a real change versus previous NDP leaders like Jagmeet Singh, who just basically offered Liberal light. And so we need bold progressive change. And some of the stuff that Avi Lewis is saying right now is that.
Basically, unless Carney decides to call an election sooner or a really badly timed bout of food poisoning hits the Liberal caucus at a time when the opposition MPs are willing to topple the government, we aren't going to go to the polls until October 15th, 2029. This gives parties like the NDP and frankly the Conservatives time to rebuild after some pretty tough electoral results. So they might actually be kind of happy with this in that sense. Beyond the stability question though, this development also gives the Liberals power to basically enact whatever agenda they want. They don't have to work with opposition MPs to change legislation, often frankly for the better, in order to earn their votes to pass a law because they have enough votes to just pass it anyway. Before the floor crossings, the NDP, the Bloc, and the Conservatives all had the votes necessary to help Carney pass legislation. So even if one party was throwing a hissy fit, he did actually have several options for dance partners if he was willing to compromise with the other MPs that Canadians elected. In committees, too, where Liberals previously had to contend with Conservative and Bloc Québécois opposition as they scrutinize legislation for flaws or aspects that they politically oppose, well, now Liberals can just ram things through. Carney's Liberals can even invoke closure or time allocation on debates, meaning they literally just shut down debates in the House of Commons and force a vote. A vote that
This is currently happening in Ontario right now with the Doug Ford government when it comes to the FOI stuff. Again, we'll get into that later on.
once again, they can easily win. That means that if Carney has strict caucus management and all his Liberal MPs play ball, there will be less oversight and less scrutiny of the stuff that this government does. And this is where my soapbox comes in, because apparently I am a glutton for punishment. I don't think majority governments are good for democracy. I think it's better when MPs have to work together and compromise to get things done in our country.
Okay, I'll toss the rest of this again into the SandBox so you can go check it out. Please go subscribe to her channel. She does great work. But yeah, you got the meat out of that I wanted you guys to get. So we'll move back to these sort of things. But yeah, go subscribe to her channel. She does a lot of great work. But here is Mark Carney defending how he got his majority government, or defending this. And so I don't need to read the quote. He will say it in this little clip.
Now that you secured a parliamentary majority, do you have the mandate you need to govern, or will you call in an election in response to those who suggest the majority is not legitimate?
Well, I refer to my earlier answer. We live in a parliamentary democracy. Canadians elect deputies of.
Another side effect that this is going to have, the way that the Liberals got the majority, is there's going to be more people who maybe weren't disillusioned with politics before that are now disillusioned with politics. And that's only a good thing if they decide to do something about it. Quite often what this does is make people believe, well, my vote doesn't matter, I'm not going to go out again. That's the unfortunate outcome of a lot of the time. Whereas if people would be like, I don't think this is right, we're going to do something about it, that would be different. But this really will discourage a lot of voters from feeling like their vote matters at all.
Vote with their conscience and support the program that they see best for their constituents and for the country. We do have a parliamentary majority now, and that is the product in the last 24 hours of strong support, increasing support for those deputies, the Liberal candidates, in those 3 ridings.
So not considering calling an election?
Not considering calling an election. Absolutely. Look.
Yeah, of course he's not going to. He's in the majority right now. How he got there, he doesn't care, even though I would say the majority of people feel like it's a no-brainer that if somebody wants to switch the floor, then they have to call an election. Because again, the people in these ridings are voting on party platforms. Not the individuals, but party platforms. And it is a betrayal to the voters. And if you believe in those so much, like if those candidates believe in the Liberal platform so much, then they should be able to sell it to their riding. You know, if they believe that they were voted in because of who they are, then they should be able to have another election and sell the Liberal platform to their riding.
I think very clearly Canadians want government to govern, to take action on immediate concerns such as today, which is what we're doing on affordability. And I would note that the first thing we're doing as a minority government is continuing to attack affordability challenges that we know Canadians are facing while we're building a stronger economy. So we have that ability to move forward. We'll continue to work with Parliament in order to put our plan in action.
And so here, David Dole is just tweeting out, not a single question from the press about widening the wealth gap under Mark Carney. And so here's an article, gap between richest and poorest Canadians widening again in 2025, Stats Can says. Because here again is Mark Carney doing what he does well and selling himself to the general population, making it sound like everything is all hunky-dory.
That literally in, the last hour or so, the IMF has just released its forecast for the global economy. Canada is rated by the IMF as the second fastest growing economy in the G7. You will have seen in the last 2 months of GDP data a return to growth of the economy after a short period. So return to growth there, forecast to be the second strongest in the G7.
Okay, we got the point of that. I want to switch the main screen to bitch about this. I've talked about this before when we've did the inflation thing and it's showing, oh, inflation is not so bad here in Canada and the economy is growing and all that sort of bullshit. And you see, I didn't need a degree, a diploma, investigative journalism. I didn't need to have like the political savvy to know what the fuck was going on because I'm living it. And I don't know if there's a name for it, so I'm going to call it ballroom economics. So you have a bunch of these 1%ers, and they're all sitting in a ballroom, and they're like, look at how great this is. We've upgraded the chandeliers. The food is so much better. We're dancing. We're great. This is such a good vibe. Everything is good. But they're not bothering to look out the windows to what the vast majority of people are actually living. And so, yes, our economy is doing better, but it's doing better because of the top 1%, not because of everyone else. And while that is basically what is happening is that wealth gap keeps on widening then, and it's not being paid attention to. It's like, yes, inflation wasn't so bad for, again, the top 15% of people, but for everyone below, like 65%, it was worse. it had gotten worse. It's that whole thing, like, you know, if you put me in a room with a billionaire and you averaged out our income is pretty good. No, it's not. So the majority of people are losing money. It's getting harder to live. Our economy is not doing good. It's worsening. Whereas the top, probably like 15%, it's going great. They're in the ballroom. They're dancing. They're having a great time. Everyone else, not so much. And I hate how they go up on stage and they brag about it without any acknowledgement of the actual suffering that is happening in this country. And people, again, who aren't paying attention, this is just gaslighting. It's like, it is good. When it's like, I'm living it. I know it's not good. But they're like, our economy is good. No, the fuck it isn't. Not for me. Not for the people around me. I know it's not great for us. It's just great for you. So just because things are going good for you doesn't mean it's going good for the rest of us. It's weird. I can't get all passionate and yelly and stuff because I can't take a deep breath right now. But yeah, this is just so frustrating. And people, they like him. They like him. He does a good job of presenting it. And this kind of goes to show to what I was just saying. So she tweets out, never thought I'd say this, but I agree with Polyev on what he said here. Liberals laughing while people are suffering is repugnant. And so this is the ballroom economics. They're laughing and having a great time while people are suffering.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Mr. Speaker, I feel like I'm in the presence of students. And on an exam, I don't think you would pass the exam with those answers. Mr. Speaker, as the IMF confirmed yesterday, Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7 this year. As the IMF confirmed yesterday, we have the best fiscal position in the G7. Point final. As we have confirmed, we have the highest foreign direct investment per capita in the world.
Oh, the liberal arrogance. You can cut through it.
Says the most arrogant prick in the room.
This is someone.
The honourable leader of the opposition may continue.
Yeah, we have, Mr. Speaker, what we have over there is inflation of liberal arrogance. Yes. Right now.
He does this so poorly compared to Mark Carney. Like, his delivery on this is just so bad.
He wants to tell Canadians that they've never had it so good. When food prices are rising faster in Canada than any other country in the G7. When Canadian households are the most indebted in the G7. When Canadian housing costs are the most elevated in the G7. And when
And as far as I know, he's not actually wrong on those things. And again, it's Mark Carney bragging about the economy, but he's taking one data point and saying that because this one data point is good, therefore everyone is good and we're all fine, as opposed to looking at all these other factors that we have to cope and deal with. I'm trying to think of a good analogy in my head to this. It might come to me later on. But if you think of a good analogy to this, toss it in the SandBox. It helps with the algorithm. I think there's something called like a happiness index. And so it's like you could be happy in some ways, but really hurting and overall not be good. Yeah, it's just because the Liberals like to pick out this one data point doesn't mean that we're doing good.
just today, RBC reported that we have the worst investment in the G7. The question again is Canadians cannot afford gas at the pump. Why not get rid of all the taxes for all the year?
And then there's his solution. Just cut taxes and everything will be fine. No. And we'll get into that in a little bit later on with Avi Luce's idea. And so Chris Avilés is quote tweeting Mark Carney, just saying this is a subsidy to the oil and gas companies. Carney's had a major majority for less than 24 hours, and he's already governing sharply right. And so Mark Carney, Mackenzie here is just saying, Mark Carney announced the Liberals will suspend the federal fuel excise tax on gas, diesel, and aviation fuel starting next Monday until Labor Day. So, again, what I was saying earlier about Pierre Poilievre being like, you should do this. And it's like, Liberal government's like, yeah, we're on it. Already done. We've signed the paper. Ink's still wet. Yeah. So the PM says this will remove up to 10 cents per liter on gasoline and 4 cents per liter on diesel fuel.
We all know that because of the war with Iran, fuel prices have increased sharply around the world, including right here in Canada. So we're taking more action to help build that bridge over short-term pressures. With the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Natural Resources, we're announcing today that Canada's new government will temporarily suspend the federal fuel excise tax from next Monday until Labor Day.
And the Liberals have done things before, like this before. Like under Justin Trudeau, they got rid of taxes on certain things, which was actually super confusing because a lot of the retailers then have to go in and manually change the price for a lot of things because it wasn't so clear cut as to what qualified for being a certain category and all that sort of stuff. And the reality is this doesn't help long term. It might help a little bit in the short term for some people, but it doesn't help improve the quality of life overall. So what happens when this tax goes away? You know, for a lot of people, even if you lower the tax on it, their quality of life still doesn't improve. A lot of people who live with poverty, this might be shocking, don't have a car. So this doesn't help them at all. But these little stopgaps, it's just like they're tossing us crumbs and telling us it's a cake. Because this doesn't overall improve the system. It doesn't overall improve, you know, our year-to-year life. And again, it's frustrating. It's just so frustrating. It's like, you know, Doug Ford when he's like, okay, you don't have to pay anymore to renew your license. But now when you want to go to the ER, you have to wait 16 hours. So what are we losing because of this as well?
We're also removing the fuel excise tax on aviation fuels. This will remove up to 10 cents per liter on gasoline and 4 cents per liter on diesel fuel. Combined with our earlier elimination of the consumer carbon tax, our government will have reduced fuel prices on gas by up to 28 cents per liter. That's real relief for you and your family at the end of the day.
No, it's not. It's not. Because again, a lot of people don't necessarily drive. So how is this really for those people? Compare and contrast with an actual solution that would go long term. And so she tweets out, since when did we as a society decide that companies are untouchable, pristine vessels who should not be inconvenienced and have a right to make as much money as possible through any means possible? That's how we got grocery stores consistently ripping us off. And so here's Avi Lewis with something that's a little different and being like, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's time for these companies to take a hit. And by them taking a hit, they are still profiting massively. Like, if you're going to make $1 billion in a year and somebody says, okay, we're going to take away $1 million, you're still making a fuck ton of money. But it's like, oh no, what about the corporations? That's the way that the media and a lot of the politicians would be like, no, they have a right to own an ungodly amount of wealth that they will never spend in their entire lives. And I've said this before and I'll keep on repeating it. I am fine taking away 90% of the wealth of people who have over $1 billion because nothing in their life would change. Nothing. They would still have just as many yachts, just as many homes. They'd still live in a life of luxury. You know, 99.99% of people would never see. They would still have all of that. It doesn't affect them at all to lose that money. But if you put that back in the economy and help the people who are struggling and suffering, to put it into social services and all of that sort of stuff, it is life-changing and life-saving. So I don't need to read this because they say it in the video clip here.
So they knock 10 cents off the excise tax. Sure. What's that actually going to mean at the pump in a couple of weeks? They're going to jack up the price anyway. We know this.
Sure, but that, like,
we are offering other solutions.
Well, no,
yeah, because that's the thing that always gets me too, when it's like, oh, we're going to cut the tax at the pump, and it's like, by 10 cents, you say, and it's like, I've seen that fluctuation in a week without taxes being involved. And there was another tax that was the carbon tax. When the carbon tax was gotten rid of, that didn't do anything to your gas prices, because gas companies just learned, oh, so we can increase our gas that much and people will still pay for it. And so cutting the gas by 10 cents, wait till a weekend and it's going to go up that much anyway. Like it's not a substantial savings to people.
I want to talk to you about that because, look, the price of a barrel of oil, I think I'm using the Brent crude measurement, I think I'm using it correctly, went from $70 to about $120. Yeah. You know, West Texas Intermediate, roughly the same. You can't shield an economy from that kind of a shock.
You can't shield an economy when we've doubled down on the export of oil and gas to the point where it's a major part of our economy. Right, we're tied into the world price, despite the fact that the gas you put in your car in Canada, the petroleum that we use, the vast majority of it is produced in Canada, refined in Canada. The little bit that we import doesn't come from the Persian Gulf anyway. So why are we paying these astronomical prices for gas? It's not coming from the Persian Gulf.
Because it's a global commodity and there's a global price. Because we've tied our economy into that global price, and we're not moving away from oil and gas, despite the price shock that's coming from the oil shock that is already here and the tens of billions.
We should have been moving to renewables 40 years ago, and then this would not be an issue right now.
Of dollars that those oil companies are going to make in the next months.
I saw you posting on, I believe it was your Instagram, that you need a price cap at the pump.
A price cap, not a tax cut, a price cap. I'm liking this. I'm liking this.
Because that will actually control the price. If you knock off one tax or another tax, they'll just jack it up anyway. It doesn't protect Canadians from the price going ever skyward.
But you are then telling Canadian energy companies to take a haircut.
Oh, boo-hoo, cry a fucking river.
Energy companies can afford a haircut when they are forecast to make $100 billion in excess revenue this year alone. Tens of billions of dollars of excess windfall profits. We got to be taxing that money and capping the cost of gas, returning those profits to Canadians to support them in the price shocks that those oil companies' profits are going to drive. Jim Stanford, the economist, determined in the last price shock in 2022, 45% of it was driven, the inflation spiral, remember that? I do. Was driven by the high cost of oil. And the same thing's going to happen this time, even worse.
Yeah, let's do that. They're forecast to make $100 billion excess revenue. Let's take away $99 billion of that. Just do that. The company will still survive. Because it's not like that is being dispersed to all the employees or anything. You know, it's just the people at the top that benefit from this. And they benefit by, you know, just getting more zeros beside their bank account. They don't spend so much more on everyday items. I think one rich guy who was a little bit more in tune with things was saying, you know, like, yeah, sure, rich people might buy more expensive luxury items, but I'm still just going to buy one loaf of bread. I'm still going to buy like a couple pairs of pants, you know, like they're not going to make up that gap individually. But here, it's like when the Toronto Sun is trying to diss you by saying this, it's like, you're threatening me with such a good time. Talking about Abby Lewis here.
The workers will own the machinery of capitalism, Adrian. It's going to be a workers' paradise with Abby Lewis in charge. Government-run grocery stores, government-run internet company, government-run phone company. What else? Oh yes, he wants a government-run bank through Canada Post.
Gee, that sounds really fucking good. Can we please? Yes. Okay, so that's it for that docket. Let's start closing these tabs. There we go. Now we're going to check the SandBox. See how everyone is doing. And I get this out of my ear hole for a little bit. Oh. So again, for people who are joining a bit later, just a warning, I am feeling better from the colds that I've had, but I am not okay. I do have what feels like a lung infection. I'm going to the doctor's tomorrow about it, but I might go into a brutal coughing fit at some point. I will try to screen you guys from it. I'm okay. It might sound like I'm dying, but I'm okay. Which means I also can't take deep breaths right now, so my reading might be a bit off, and I'm going to cut a lot of my reading short, but like other than the fact that I can't take in deep breaths and I can feel the pressure in my lungs, I feel fine. You know, my energy is fine. I don't have a temperature. I don't feel nauseous, nothing like that. It's just, I know I probably have a lung infection. It's happened before. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. So lots of people have joined in, so I'm probably not going to get everyone's name in a shout out, so I'm sorry if I miss you. Hello Boku and Soul Life. Oh, and Bunker Cat, welcome. Somebody is saying, did I get a Bunker Cat raid? If so, thank you so much. It's super frustrating the way that YouTube has set it up now where I don't get a big gray banner telling me that I'm rated that I can see out of the corner of my eye. So if I get rated, please everyone just kind of highlight my name, LeftoftheBox, so that I actually can acknowledge it when it happens, because I super appreciate the support, and it does make me want to go and look at the channel. Hello, Brendan Wood. For new people, let's just toss this up. Where is it? Boom. That's how bad I am at this, that I have this ready at the go. Let's see. Hello, Marty. Hi, Sandy. I hope you're doing well and staying strong. Keep up the great work. I hope everybody else in the chat are doing fantastic too. Love the positivity. Let's see. And I don't diss channels for not having a lot of subscribers. I don't have a lot of subscribers in the big scheme of things. And it is exceptionally hard, and it's only gotten harder over time, to increase subscribers on your own. So anyone who's still in the chat that knows, Bunker Cat, let them know that I will be checking out their channel. So that, you know, I absolutely support smaller creators than me. Because it is impossible for a small creator to make it on their own. And to try to get more people in. Wow, we had Jank Uger in the SandBox? TYT is not going to be a fan of me. Let's see. Yes, Boku. Acknowledging and talking about the missing murdered Indigenous women conversation is important. Which is what you're saying. It's important but sad. Hello, Soul Live. I would hate to be homeless with a dependency, all sick and can't think straight and dealing with the public. Yeah, it would be horrible. And a lot of people who end up unhoused might not have an addiction when they begin, but often end up with one as an escape, as a way to self-medicate through the pain that they're dealing with. I've lived in the shelter system. I know how difficult it is. And that was back when there was still decent supports and I was still considered a youth, even though I was in my early 20s. If I were to go in that same situation now, I don't see a pathway out of it. I just don't. Brendan Wood, autistic people need to stim and move around. Being held captive, it's a nightmare. Oh, yeah. I would not do good like that. Personally, I would not, yeah. Getting PragerU ads on my thing? That sucks. Let's see. Hello, reference frame. Saying, yeah, it was not a surprise to anyone who follows politics, probably about the turn in the Liberals. And Rockman being like, wow, they just admit it. Yeah, they just admit it. I don't even know if Keir Starmer has just admitted it, but Mark Carney himself has not admitted it, but other people, MPs, Liberal MPs, are like, yeah, it's kind of obvious. Let's see. So live, I hear Keir Starmer wants to make UK ICE that sick effer wants what's happening in the US and thought, ooh, I want that here too. I don't know if they need it so much, because the police do a very good job already of arresting peaceful protesters. I guess they just want the ability to start arresting people that they think are immigrants. Brendan Wood, just imagine if they gave $25,000 to a person struggling instead of locking them up for 5 days and giving that to a rich capitalist who has no interest in helping people. I'm going to be talking about housing actually in just a little bit, and the housing to jail issue that we're going to be faced with in the very near future, especially here in Ontario. Yeah, it's like, to me, a one-time payment isn't good enough. You know, I need a rent that is fixed at, you know, a reasonable rate, as in socialized housing type thing. Like, I need socialized housing, socialized grocery stores, like all the things that go into a cost of living need to be covered, because a one-time payment, it just means that for a little while, you're not so stressed, but it's not a long-term solution. Like the stuff that Avi Lewis is talking about, if we had socialized housing, socialized grocery stores, socialized bank, like all the things that we sink our money into, that would help. But even a one-time payment, like, yeah, sure, fuck, I'd take it. A lot of it would get deducted by my disability, though. Because they don't want you to have one-time payments like that. Like, it depends on how you receive it. It might not affect your disability depending on how you receive it here in Ontario. But yeah, ideally, I need long-term fixes, as in things that are going to be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the road. Because for a lot of people, if they got the $25,000, they pay off their debts, they get some vital things that they need, and that money is gone in a month. Because, you know, luckily I'm not in a lot of debt, but, you know, a good chunk would go to that. I need a new car. My car is falling apart. I need a new computer, laptop that can be used like as a portable studio for this. There's some other things that I need to get just for quality of life here. A new mattress, like all of those sorts of things, they start adding up. And in the end, you're not left with a lot of extra money. Let's see. But, I would be a little bit better off for a while. So I would definitely take it. Let's see. Don't want to spend too much time in the sandbox because I do want to get through everything that I have lined up today. Let's see. Yeah, the Epstein ballroom. Yeah. Almost down to the bottom. So life not having a car is freaking draining my savings. Years of savings gone in just a few months. Yeah. In the way our cities are laid out, for a lot of people in Canada and the US, not having a car is detrimental. Like if you want to get around, find a new job, go to where cheaper grocery stores are, have a social life, all that sort of stuff, you need a car for a lot of that. I want to do more vending markets for my artwork. I need a car in order to travel to them with my artwork type thing. So all of this sort of stuff, like it's important for a lot of people to be able to dig themselves out of the hole that they're in, to be mobile, to be able to have that freedom to travel. For a lot of people, having a car isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. And then it saves a lot of money on deliveries and getting Ubers and things of that sort. Hello, the Wild West. If you want to remove the AI summaries a lot of the time in Google, type out what you want and then put -AI, and it gets rid of it a lot of the times. Oops, where was I? Real John Lithium, if one gets raided, there should be balloons and fireworks. Yes, that would help me notice. Commie Economics. Welcome to the sandbox. Conservatives should never be allowed to claim fiscal responsibility with examples like Ford and Trump. Yeah, we'll be talking about that in the very near future in this stream. So Life Bunker Cat is the you can't vote your way out of this leftist part of the left, pitchfork and fire. I don't necessarily disagree with all of that. It's going to be a combination of things, like voting matters, of course, but what are you doing in the meantime in between the votes? Like it's going to be a general strike. It's going to be pressure put on politicians. They're not, the people in power like being in power. They're not going to go because you ask nicely. They're not going to change the system that benefits them because you ask nicely. So, I do not advocate for violence at all whatsoever, but there needs to be more protests, more rallies, more strikes, more pressure put on politicians in order for things to actually change. But I will always say peacefully. I don't want to see people hurt. Marigold, welcome to the SandBox. Hi, just popped in to say grateful for voices like Sandy. Need more spaces for queer folks to speak as they wish. Well, thank you. Oops, there we go. John, let them. I need to make a note to do that because I hate those ASMRs. Yeah. So do I. Okay, well, I promised it earlier. A little break before we get back into the politics. For a lot of you who are regulars on my channel, you know I've been working on a video essay about TYT, and Jank and Anna specifically, because I used to be a contributor to Rebel HQ, and I've been working on a massive, massive project about them. It's about 1.5 years in the making. Like, it's been taking so long as I'm going through older parts that I've already kind of put together. I have a little tile saying 3 years ago, and I'm like, oh shit, it's now 4 years ago. So I'm going to have to keep that aware when I'm doing editing and stuff. But I'm getting close to the end of the initial draft, like the initial script. And so the reason why it's taking so long is as I'm writing the script, I'm putting together the montages and images I want and putting them in order so that way when I record myself and add that in, so much smoother and easier. And then I could just watch a clip and then respond to it so that my response is a little bit more authentic as opposed to like, what did that clip say again? And all that sort of stuff. And so this is a very clip heavy essays. And I say essays, originally it was going to be 1. It's now broken into 5 sections. I don't know how many. And the only reason why I've broken it down into 5 sections so far is my video editing program would just murder me if I tried putting all of this into one program, like one instance of it. Because yeah, it's very, very clip heavy. And so I'm going to have to time them out when I'm done to see how many parts I'm actually going to break it into. So yeah, but sometimes and the thing is like, I have a weird memory where I can remember something was said by someone, but I can't remember from when, and I can't remember from where. I just know it was done. And so I will sometimes go completely compulsive trying to look for that clip. And then I'll kick myself in the ass and be like, why didn't I save this proper? Because I have a list of clips and I've named the clips and I've put notes by clips and all the details that are going into this to try to make it easier for me. But then every now and then I stumble across something. It's like, fuck, I know this was said, but when and where? So it took me so long to find this clip. This clip is like 1 minute and 10 seconds long, but it's really the last 2 seconds I care about. So much time and energy to put in because I want the last 2 seconds of this clip. Although I did find another very interesting clip that will now be part of the video essay program, or video essay, because that's the one thing when you go searching for something, sometimes you find another nugget of gold. And that's how a lot of these clips ended up in here, was I was looking for one thing and found another. But yeah, this is a very, very clip heavy video essays. But I said if I got some super chats that I would show you guys what it is, and I got some super chats right out of the gate. And I just want to check, make sure I haven't missed anyone. So I saw that, new member, saw that. Okay, yeah, got everyone. So I will show this very short clip that will be part of my video essay. And again, wait for the last 2 seconds of it. And if you know anything about Anna Kasparian, I challenge you to maintain a straight face. Let's see, where is Is it this one? I think it's this one. Here we go. You ready?
I happened to come across a video you guys did about me. It was the stream on, I hate to name names, but you guys were covering the leftist mafia and their insane gaslighting video about me. And
Now keep in mind this clip is a few years old.
you guys were the only ones, as far as I could see, that actually did a good job in highlighting how.
And if you know anything about what she's talking about, the leftist mafia, when they did cover her, they had on such kid gloves. It was ridiculous. Like, it was just, other than Ole, the rest of them were being so gentle, so gentle. And she's like, they were gaslighting the hell out of me.
How badly they were gaslighting me.
Right.
And so I thank you for doing that, because, you know, when everyone around you, everyone who alleges to be your friends, tells you something you know isn't true, but they keep repeating it to you over and over again, you start asking yourself, like, am I the crazy one?
If they're your friends, you might want to actually listen to them. I'm just saying. You might want to actually listen to them.
You know? So that, I really appreciated that. But, you know, you guys have put out a ton of videos about me that have not been friendly or nice, and it's okay. I mean, I can be a good sport about it, and I do think that you guys raised a few
Wait for it.
valid points, and I just need to be willing to accept where I was wrong and where people are critiquing from good faith. Like, you guys have a little bit of an edgy style, so I'll acknowledge that. But I have thick skin, so it didn't really bother me that much. But I have thick skin, so it didn't really bother me that much. But I have thick skin, so it didn't really bother me that much. But I have thick skin, so it didn't really bother me that much.
Really? Really? Methinks you do not. No, no, no. Let's see. For anyone who is unaware of my channel or unfamiliar, I'm very anti-AI on my channel. I think some people are talking. I have no idea where Ben Dixon is on it. And some of my, we're going to be getting to some of my anti-AI stance in one of these dockets tonight too. So I'm going to be anti-AI later tonight. John Lethem saying Mike Figueredo went out of his way to be fair to Anna for the longest time. Really speaks well to his character, yeah. Let's see. Her meteorologist, my self-awareness is also great, says Anna. Actually, she basically says that in some of the clips that I have, that she's done a lot of introspection and has become the person she is because of that introspection. Anyway, let's get back into the news, because there's still a lot to go over. So, earlier in the week, a news story that I felt was kind of upsetting. That is an absolute loss to media that would hold people accountable. And for those of you who are fans of my channel, you know I feature this journalist a lot, because she does great work. She holds Doug Ford's feet to the fire, asks tough questions. She's in the media scrums, so she has that ability to actually question him. Does a really amazing, great job. And she was fired. So let's go here. So this is from Scoop or Polycorner. The firing City News won't explain. Gone from air and gone from the web. So City News has cut ties with Queen Park reporter Tina Yazdani. And again, many of you know I use a lot of her clips because she is a great advocate. She really does ask tough questions. She's a great reporter. So Yazdani was dismissed by Rogers Sport and Media, City TV's parent company, earlier this month, sources say. Her bio has been removed from the site, and an auto reply to a Sunday email to Yazdani said she was no longer with the company. Behind-the-scenes sources say Yazdani exit has sent ripples through City's newsroom. Her colleagues are shocked. They were informed of her departure, but not told why, said one source familiar with the situation, who spoke on condition of anonymity. Many are concerned about what it means for their own journalism. Feeling those concerns, at least 2 of Yazdani's stories about the Ford government have quietly vanished from City News website. One of them I might have actually covered both of them on my channel. But I do know specifically one of them was in a recent news live stream of mine. One of the ones that were quietly vanished. So these stories quietly vanished from the website without explanation, including one on Education Minister Paul Calandra's grad-related memo to school boards in late March. It included an on-camera moment in which Calandra, in a heated exchange, told Yazdani, "Don't interrupt me, let me finish and I'll get to you." And she said in her little video clip that she had put together, "He didn't." So it cuts back to her and she's like, "He didn't." The next day brought one final on-air appearance, Yazdani covering the Ford government's budget before she disappeared. The Calandra story was removed from the website and her employment was terminated days later. City News acknowledged her departure late Sunday night, but wouldn't say why she was let go or why the stories were taken down. Tina is no longer with City News, and we don't share details on individual employee matters, spokesperson Charmaine Khan said. Before any story is removed or correction is made, the story is thoroughly independently reviewed by our senior news editorial team and determined if it meets our editorial standards or if a correction is warranted, she added. A story is removed if it's determined through this process that it does not meet our editorial standards. Our news team closely followed the company's news policy, which ensures editorial independence is upheld in our newsrooms. Yet by Rogers' own policies, stories aren't pulled if they are factually accurate and legally sound. Her clips were. If the original story was flawed and indefensible, it will be removed or a retraction posted. Otherwise, an updated version of the story will be published as written by the news team. The updated version will replace the original. It's only once the removed stories went to air that they would have become a problem, a source said, questioning what errors, if any, existed in Yazdani's reporting before airing. Stories pass through multiple editors before they are published online, so the question is what changed once these stories had aired that required them to suddenly be looked at again. It's a question the company hasn't answered. When contacted separately, Amar, City News director, did not respond. In 2 years on the beat, Yazdani, well liked by her colleagues in the press gallery, had built a strong following on social media, even on TikTok, and was not the easiest reporter to ignore at a scrum. Good. One former Queen's Park reporter, what happened at City doesn't stay at City. What message does it send when a major newsroom appears to sideline a journalist for doing the very job they were hired to do, asking tough questions and holding power to account? Yazdani did not respond for a request to comment. And so there is more on this. So this is from Blog TO. Toronto journalist Tina Yazdani axed from City News, and the blowback was immediate. So a political reporter working in Toronto was abruptly fired, and they're saying fired. It wasn't her choice. She was fired by City News, a Rogers' own media outlet. And she did post on Twitter saying, "I am no longer employed by City News. I am proud of my journalism at City News, and I stand by my reporting. I will have more to say on this later, but for now, please stay tuned, and thank you for those who have supported me." And then it goes into some of the things that she has covered. Earning her reputation among viewers as tough but fair reporter. She reported full-time for Queen's Park, covering a wide range of issues, including education, housing, and healthcare. And other people were pushing back, but also, So the cause of the firing or the exact timing of it has not been confirmed. However, speculation has been swirling after Polly Corner reported that 2 of Yazdani's stories about the Ford government, including one headline, "Education Minister Faces Backlash for Letter to School Boards," were removed from City News website without explanation. Yazdani's last appearance on City News appears to have been March 26, reporting on the Ford government's decision to move $4 billion in taxpayer money from a tariff relief program into a private investment fund. Wonder why she was fired. Wonder if anybody had any influence over that, any say. David Dole from the Rational National was just saying, "This is insane." One of Ontario's best reporters, Tina Yazdani, was fired from City News, and they won't say why. They also removed a couple of her stories that showed her challenging the Ford government's garbage. My tweet wasn't in Blog TO. Others encouraged Yazdani to continue her work, framing the situation as a broader issue tied to press freedom and political accountability. That was more along the lines of what I had tweeted out to her. A couple of people just saying, "City News caved into Ford like we all know it. Stay strong and keep writing. Freedom of press is tantamount to democracy." Yet another reporter being silenced by the political mafia in this country. "I've just about had it with the mainstream media. Hope you land on your feet, Tina. We are all cheering for you." Meanwhile, on Reddit, users also voiced concern. "We are having more media firing reporters for telling the truth than we are being controlled," one user wrote. "She was the only reporter actually asking the real questions of the Ford team. City News should be ashamed of themselves." And more comments about her. So another reporter that I share a lot of their clips is Colin DeMello. Now I'm worried about him. He's from Global News. So hopefully he doesn't go away. But he also, him and Tina have done a great job of actually asking tough questions of Doug Ford. And it's the fact that Doug Ford knows their names is an indication of how much they irk him. And so now I'm worried that Colin DeMello's job, even though he's with Global News, that it's at risk. And it shouldn't be like that. They didn't do any false reporting. They didn't do anything wrong. They were just asking tough questions of the powerful. So Nathaniel here is just saying, "This is absolutely infuriating. Yazdani has been doing amazing work covering education in this province, holding the minister to account." Right. I got that before. The article used to be, I guess, behind a paywall, but I got it, so I don't need to read this. Also saying, "I know I shouldn't be surprised by the Ford government not knowing how billing works for these supervisors. Heck, Calandra himself told Tina Yazdani that he doesn't pay attention to what their billing is. And he's replying to an article that she had, a clip that she had posted, saying Ontario's education minister says he's not embarrassed that school boards are being forced to pay $350,000 annually to supervisors he appointed. Paul Calandra calls it an appropriate amount of money for them to limit school board spending. Watch our exchange. And this was the exchange where he's like, I'll get back to you. And she's like, no, he didn't. Mm-mm. And so there's more from Rachel Gilmore. What the hell is going on in Canadian media? Why was journalist Tina Yazdani, who was dogged in her coverage of Ontario Premier Doug Ford government, suddenly fired from City News without any explanation to the public? This is potential major press freedom story level concerning. Absolutely it is. So we can watch the first part of the clip. If you want to see the full video, you can go to Rachel Gilmore's channel. But we'll see. Oh, I got a raid? Who did I get a raid from? Reference frame is saying I got a raid. Don't be teasing me. Who's the raid from? Darn it, I hate how I don't see who the raids are from. Welcome, raiders from the Lost Banner. I don't see anymore. Because I like to give a shout out to the channel. Somebody, I better put who I got raided from. Ah, No Justice. Welcome, Pawn Jumpers. Super appreciate it. Everyone go check out No Justice. She does amazing work over on the other side of the pond. So yes, welcome, Pawn Jumpers. Yeah. Just talking about how a very good journalist here in Canada, reporter, was just fired for no apparent reason. And she was asking very tough questions of the province's education minister and premier. And she just got fired. And I used a lot of her articles, covered a lot of her articles in my stream because she did such a great job. But it's not shocking, unfortunately, that she would just be fired for no real reason. She has sent out a statement saying she'll comment more on it later, but this type of thing shouldn't be happening. I don't think we need to, you know, that's not something that needs to be said, I don't think. So like, if you don't see raid notification, click live chat. I am in live chat. I'm seeing a different screen than you guys are seeing because I'm seeing it through the YouTube studio. You're seeing it through YouTube. And you see a big gray banner at the top of chat when a raid happens. That used to happen in YouTube Studio. But now in YouTube Studio, all we get is a black bar at the bottom of a black screen. So the YouTube Studio is the black background with white print. And so you get a black bar at the bottom of the chat, which is you do not see out of the corner of your eye, which is super frustrating. But yeah, so I'll toss this link into the, we'll watch the first bit of Rachel's video about this as well. She has a longer video about it on her YouTube channel. She's an independent journalist, and she's faced backlash before for being outspoken, inaccurate, and asking tough questions. So she can kind of relate to what happened to Tina. But this is absolutely against freedom of the press here in Canada. Like it's not something that, like, to say it out loud, it should be so obvious that we kind of get it. But some people will be like, oh, well, maybe she did something to deserve it. No, she was asking tough questions, and that's why. Let's see.
What the hell is going on in Canadian media? Why was a reporter who was dogged in her coverage of Doug Ford's Ontario government suddenly let go from City News without any explanation to the public? Look, there is still a lot that we don't know here, but what we do know looks very concerning. Like potential major press freedom story levels of concerning. This news was first reported by Ahmed Al-Bayoumi of Paula Corner, a newsletter publication that covers Ontario provincial politics. And you should go read his story because it's got more detail than I have access to right now, and he deserves support for getting the scoop. But here's a brief bit of context. On Monday, Ahmed reported that City News had cut ties with Tina Yazdani, but that his sources told him her colleagues were shocked, and even they weren't clear on why she was let go. To make matters even more concerning, Ahmed reported that at least 2 of Yazdani's stories about the
Okay, I already covered that, so I'm going to skip ahead a bit.
News, Tina Yazdani took to social media to confirm that she had been let go, saying in a post, quote, "I am no longer employed by City News. I have been and have yet to hear back, and I've reached out to some more sources. Stay tuned, and thank you for those who have supported me." This news lit up the internet. People have been demanding an explanation from City News, and they have yet to give one. I can also tell you that I personally have reached out to City News for comment and have yet to hear back, and I've reached out to some more sources to see if I can learn a little bit more about this situation. Now, look, I've spent most of my career in the Ottawa-based Parliamentary Press Gallery and have spent my indie career largely based in Montreal. So to be honest, I don't follow Queen's Park as closely as I should. But I've been familiarizing myself with Tina's work this week, and she strikes me as an absolutely dogged reporter and holding the Ford government to account, aka exactly what the public needs. One of her recent stories exposes how
Like, I wish I had the opportunity to actually ask Doug Ford directly some of the tough questions. And so it's nice when there is a reporter in those scrums that will actually do that. And so Tina is one, Colin DeMello. We're going to get into some of his clips in just a moment for something else. I've heard them ask actual tough questions. And it is so frustrating when you see people who have that opportunity to actually challenge Doug Ford, because we don't get that many actually challenge Doug Ford. And so if he's going to start picking them off so that they can't do this, it is, yeah, this is absolutely a freedom of press issue.
Premier Ford's Science Center design came with $1 billion price tag, when the original building could have been repaired for a fraction of that, just $40 million. So they spent $960 million more on this science center, while hospital wait times are exploding and education is severely underfunded. What are we doing? Another recent story of hers exposed how the Ford government is moving $4 billion in taxpayer funds from a tariff relief program into a private investment fund. Money that critics say is desperately needed, again, in schools and hospitals. It is clear that Tina was exposing some serious financial mismanagement from the Ontario government through her excellent journalism. And the day before her final on-air appearance, before being
in talking about in that article, so yeah, everyone can go to Rachel Gilmore's YouTube channel to see the rest of that. But absolutely, it is a loss to Ontario politics, like to Ontario media, to not have Yazdani as Tina as a reporter. We need more people like her, not less. So I'm really, really hoping that she's able to keep up with her journalism and her reporting. But, you know, one of the frustrating things is since she's no longer with a mainstream media outlet, the likelihood of her getting close enough to, like, Doug Ford or any of the ministers to ask these tough questions is next to none. Because you have to have those press badges that are handed out in order to get there. So Colin DeMello also asks a lot of tough questions, and Global News is also very much in Doug Ford's crosshairs, because it's Global News that has worked for years with the Freedom of Information to get his phone records exposed. And even though the courts say he needs to turn them over because he's been doing official provincial business on his private cell phone, he's still refusing to do that and is literally right now making a law so that he doesn't have to comply. And he has a majority, so he can. But Colin DeMello is another person who does a really good job of asking questions. And I can, like, over the last couple months in particular, some of his tweets coming out, there's some snark there, and I love it. I love to see it. But now I'm worried about his job too. So this is a story that blew up over the weekend, and it's come a full circle. So yeah, on Friday, Premier Doug Ford's taxpayer-funded purchase of a private jet is getting pushback from critics who say Ontarians don't have that same luxury. So this ties into a couple things, because I've also talked about how he wants to make this teeny tiny airport on Lake Ontario in Toronto, the Billy Bishop Airport. He wants to extend the runway on it so that jets can land there. The type of jet he just bought with Ontario's money. Funny how that works. How he wants, so basically his private jet can just land in downtown Toronto. It's for his convenience that he spent almost $30 million. But this story comes a full circle, so we'll get to it. But it's one of the rare times where the outrage was like, oh, fuck you.
When Premier Doug Ford first came to office, he promised to remain grounded.
I'm the only premier in history that refuses to use the premier's plane, the King Air, that costs the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. I prefer to drive around.
But 7 years later, Ford is now about to take flight, buying a private jet costing taxpayers $30 million.
Okay.
I think it's outrageous that the premier would be considering spending $30 million on a luxury private plane. You know, he could maybe just take economy like the rest of us do and actually understand how the rest of the world is getting by.
The premier's office says it's a second-hand.
Part of the reason why he wants a private jet is there's a lot of people that hate him. If he were to have to take a plane with just average civilians on it, he'd probably get questioned. There'd probably be some people with cell phones asking him some very tough questions, and he doesn't want to have to interact with the public. That's what that is about. He would get recognized, and he does want to answer the questions.
Canadian-made Challenger 650, a 12-seater plane with the range to fly the premier across the country to the United States and even to Europe. Bombardier has billed the jet as offering high-end comfort equipped with HD screens and wider seats.
Like, that's the thing. If you're going to do this, do you have to be so exuberant about it? Like, you could just get a bare bones jet and try to justify it as needed and all that sort of bullshit. But when you get all the bells and whistles on it and leather seats and extra comfort and all this, and you're just rubbing our noses in it, is what that is. You're just, you are showing that you can get away with all of this. It is gross. That he will talk about school boards and hospitals and the average person and how they need to budget better and they need to maybe cut back on things. And meanwhile, he's spending taxpayer money on a $30 million fucking jet. And it is more luxurious than what a lot of people, I would say, anyone who's living with poverty would probably kill to have an apartment like this.
Which is why it's already being dubbed the gravy plane.
When people can't afford to buy groceries or gas, Doug Ford is buying himself a private jet. It doesn't get much more out of touch than that.
The Ford government said the price tag is lower than what Quebec or the federal government has paid for its jets. But critics are now questioning whether the premier's private plane is one of the driving factors behind the takeover of Toronto's Island Airport.
So, yeah, again, he literally bypassed the city and he used a new law that he passed to claim the Billy Bishop Airport. So he used it as like a necessary infrastructure thing or whatever. And so he just took it. Like, that's the thing. He made laws so he could just get what he wants. And so this bypasses other laws to allow him to just expropriate it for what he wants to do. And nobody was saying, do you know what we need? A bigger Billy Bishop airport. And the locals definitely don't want it. It would be hell for the environment around there. And people don't want bigger jets actually landing on that teeny tiny airport and all of that sort of stuff. But the fact that he did that and then got this jet, he's not hiding it. It is so fucking obvious what he is doing. And we're going to get into some more stories about him later on. And it's just, he is the most corrupt politician I can think of. And I would even argue, like, yes, in the United States, you have some politicians absolutely corrupt, and they have a much bigger scale. But when it comes to just like everyday, everything corruption, I don't think there are people more corrupt than Doug Ford. Like a politician that is more corrupt than him. And he's getting away with it because people don't go out and fucking vote, for one thing. But he is absolutely getting away with it. And it is so frustrating that he will literally just make laws so that he won't be held accountable for these things.
Currently, only turboprop aircraft are allowed to land there, and Ford said an expansion is necessary.
We're going to make sure it's safe by extending the runways as well. But that's what we want to do, is focus on economic driver for the city of Toronto.
And so, more from Colin DeMello. New Premier Doug Ford's taxpayer-funded private jet is already being called the gravy plane by Ontario Liberals, who question whether the need is justified. And there's just music on in the background of this little video clip that shows the fancy jet that he was spending our money on. So a Challenger 650 and yeah, very large cabin in there. Nice wider seats, leather, extraordinary comfort. Like, I don't even have a recliner that big. I don't have a recliner, but, you know, a couch, probably a bathroom and private chef. And these are more pictures of it. So here, look at the interior of the 2016 Challenger 650. Premier Doug Ford spent $28.5-30 million of taxpayer dollars on the private jet, now dubbed the gravy plane. And yeah, lots of leg room, fancy cup holders, probably more floor space in there than a lot of people living on disability even get in their entire apartments. People living on the streets, but yeah, that's what he gets. All the bells and whistles. That's a nicer bathroom than a lot of people have. Well, things changed because this was so egregious that even Doug Ford supporters are kind of like, yeah, it's a bit much. It's a bit much. Like, it was just absolutely so egregious that the pushback happened over the weekend. So this kind of broke on Friday, but this was an update today. How he's like, okay, we're going to sell the plane we just bought. So it's just going to be like, do you think he's going to be able to sell it for the same amount that he bought it for? Because he's already bought it. So now he's going to sell the newly acquired plane. So there's going to be probably several $1 million that just was spent on nothing. But here's an article about it here.
Our breaking news this hour, the province will be selling the private jet it purchased for the premier after the move was met with some very swift and vocal backlash. For more on this, I'm joined by CP24's Andrew Brennan. So, Andrew, it was Friday when we learned about the purchase of this jet. Now it is Sunday. Plans to sell it already.
An about face coming very quickly. It seems, based on how it's being described in the Premier's own words, that this is trying to do a course correction amid a tailspin, for lack of a better way to use the imagery, of these planes. Because, Melissa, this is something that really captured the public's attention, and also specifically, I will say, the opposition parties at the legislature pouncing on this.
Again, this is just because it's so egregious, and it's very visible, because there's lots of ways that Doug Ford is literally spending billions of dollars, like just wasting billions of dollars, that a lot of his supporters aren't saying things about, that isn't in the media because they aren't so shiny. You know, they don't captivate people the same way. Like, the reason why this is just, again, this is getting so much attention is because of just how egregious it is and how visible it is. But billions that go, like that 4 billion that went into that private investment firm, you don't see it. There's nothing physical with that you see. So a lot of people don't tend to pay attention to that. But this was just really bad.
Someone who is known for stopping the gravy train, both the Premier as well as his late brother Rob Ford, talking about a gravy plane here, and that seemingly doing some damage, and quickly enough that the Premier had this about face. And this is his statement directly that was released not long ago. He says, despite the best of intentions, the Premier said,
the best of intentions.
I have heard and agree that now is not the time to, not the right time, he says, for the expense of a government plane.
There is no right time.
He says the province is working with Bombardier and other partners to sell it as quickly as possible. And he says he'll continue the work of building relationships with business and political leaders both across Canada, he says, and in the U.S. to fight tariffs, attract investment, and create jobs for Ontario workers. Now, the Premier and his office did say that this jet was being purchased to facilitate more trips to the United States, to do that advocacy, as they describe it, for Canada and specifically Ontario. We asked some people here in Etobicoke North, which happens to be the riding that Doug Ford represents. We are down the street from his constituency office, I should say, on Albion Road. Here's what people are telling us.
Absolutely not, in my opinion. I did vote for Mr. Ford.
Fuck you.
In the last election, but I don't agree with many of the things that he's been working on, and I personally think that there's enough public transit or transit available to him that he could have used.
Of course, 100%.
You think he should have one?
He should, because
eat shit and choke on the nuts.
He's not going to be the Premier forever, right? Somebody else is going to come back and they're going to use it back, right? So right now we don't have anything particular like that. So for Canada, like if somebody having something better, it's not only they're having for themselves, it's for the country.
Actually, it would just be for the province, and it is not needed. This video clip gets into it in just a second, that Quebec is the only other province that has private jets, but they actually have a real reason.
Now, when we try to break down two things here before we send it back inside, Melissa, we are not the only province that has had or has a government jet or a private plane for use by the government, either owned or otherwise. Most provinces deal with do charter or normally fly commercial. That tends to be the norm. However, there are other provinces, actually just one. Quebec owns 3 planes. They also have to get up to the north, which is inaccessible by road for much of the year, actually all of the year. It's either barge or plane.
That actually makes sense then, to have the jets available, so that politicians can also travel to their constituencies and all that sort of stuff, because a lot of people don't realize how remote some communities are in Canada. Because, you know, Canada, massive landmass, massive country, very, very small population density, and like 80% of our population lives within 100 kilometers of the border. So you have tons of communities that are fly-in only. And so Quebec in particular has a ton of these communities, so it makes sense that they would have these jets. We don't need them here. It hasn't been an issue up till now. Like, there are some runways in Indigenous communities that absolutely should be lengthened so that they can have bigger jets go in, bigger planes, because that would help with the cost of supplies, and then it would also help with evacuations when they need to happen because of forest fires. So I could see, there's a good reason for those runways to be expanded, but Doug Ford only wanted to expand Billy Bishop so that rich people could land in downtown Toronto, including him on his private jet.
But other provinces that have similar problems like that with inaccessibility, BC is one of the top ones for chartering planes. Ontario is now not going to have its own plane, and we'll tell you a little bit more later on during the hour about what people are thinking here, including one teacher I spoke to not long ago. Back to you.
And as I was saying earlier, Colin D'Amato getting a little bit snarky in some of his tweets, loving it. So he says here, similar to the Greenbelt, the government did not consult the public before purchasing the plane, initially defended the costs and its necessity, only decided to back down after intense public backlash. Very few things have actually caused Doug Ford to turn heel on something. And the Greenbelt was one, and now the plane. If people were more plugged into politics, we could actually make real change happen, because pressure does work. But people are so ignorant of what's happening that they don't, because if they knew what Doug Ford was doing, there would be protests outside Queen's Park every single goddamn day, pushing back against what he is doing to this province, how he is ripping it apart. But again, it's only when it's so visible, and it strikes such a nerve. And this one is just the egregious luxury of it. The Greenbelt is something that is very precious to people here in Ontario, and it would also require expropriating land from people, which is, something even conservatives are not a fan of. Those are the only times when it's like, where is this same level of pushback from the average person about that $4 billion that just disappeared? Or about the $100 billion tunnel he wants under the 401 that is a big nothing? About the Science Center, about the fact that, he could have repaired the Science Center for a fraction of the price of building the new one, and all of this other sort of stuff that's happening. The Science Center was an icon. It was, a tourist destination, and it's gone now because of him. He is stripping away everything that makes Ontario a gem, great places to visit and all that sort of stuff. And he's just selling it off in pieces. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Okay, so that is it for that docket. And close all these tabs. How many dockets have I done so far? Oh shit, I've only done 2 dockets. I have 5. Shit, it's like 2.5 hours already. Okay, I'll try to go faster through these next dockets. Let's see, just checking. Or I could do a small stream tomorrow covering this stuff. Maybe. Because the next docket is about grocery prices and AI. And then I have another one about some international news, and then more provincial news. Since they're already made up, I might actually just save those for tomorrow. But before we do that, I'm going to quickly check the SandBox. Let's see. And I saw some things about bike lanes. He got rid of, he superseded Toronto's authority again to get rid of bike lanes because they were in his pathway of driving. They were on roads that he regularly used. So he's making Toronto pay money to remove something that they paid money to put in the first place. So, welcome everyone to the SandBox who has joined more recently. And again, super appreciate the raids. Hello, Trevor Borens. Doug Ford is a greasy scumbag. Yep. Hello, now Zach? Colonel? No. Kernow, Zach? Hello, Sly Loris. Welcome to the SandBox. Hey, Doc Davies. Please hit the like and subscribe button for Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass. I also look at international news from a Canadian perspective. Let's see. Only one Jones? Ugh, I can't stand the put on raspy voice. I'm off. You know I'm sick. You do you, guy. I have a lung infection right now, but hey, yeah, put on raspy voice. Some people are too delicate. Let's see. Hello, Synonymous. Not like he cares about any hard questions he gets asked. It's not like he's unaware of the criticism of him. He just knows he can't do any about it, so he doesn't need to care. Yeah, quite often, like Paul Calandra and Doug Ford won't answer those tough questions. Like Tina said, like, yeah, he didn't get back to me. But the sound bites that they create are problematic for them. So yeah, they won't answer them, but it's still problematic for them because then it's out there. Synonymous is in global post media, so they're a conservative pocket. Anyway, he's still not happy. I don't know if they're global post media. I think they're, if it's Rogers and Rogers, I don't know. Most of our media is conservative owned. The vast majority of our mainstream media is conservative owned. American conservative. Hello, Morbius. Welcome to the SandBox. John Davis, says, I want a private jet. And I was about to say, I want one too, but I'm like, where would I use it? I could live in it, I suppose, but I don't know where I would, like, I don't travel that much, so. Take me no time to get to Toronto. But Morbius says that they'll give $1 towards a private jet for Soul Life. Just get another, 29 million people in on that and you got something. Yeah, just get the entire population of Canada to give you $1. You can get a private jet. The Wild West, public servant, take public transit. Yes. Let's see. Oops. Check. True. I don't know if that person was talking about me, but still. Yeah, when you put comments into the sandbox, you gotta be aware. I'm autistic. I take it at face value. Or I read it as sarcasm. One or the other. Depends if I know you. Okay. Well, let's get on to the next docket because ideally I do want to get through all of these tonight because I just want to work on other things tomorrow and I have a hard time task switching. But I still have a fair bit to go through. So this is about the groceries and it ties into AI. And I'm very anti-AI on this channel, as a lot of you already know. So let's go here. Gotta switch. There we go. So this is from CBC News. CBC investigation finds grocers, Loblaw, Sobeys overcharging for underweight meat again. So this was back in the news. Findings come 1 year after similar CBC probe found groceries selling underweight meat. Yeah, so a year ago, this was in the news. People were supposed to be held accountable. It was supposed to stop. And so basically what was happening was the grocers were including the price of packaging in the weight of the meat, or not the price of packaging. They were including the weight of the packaging with the weight of the meat. And so they were underselling you meat that way. So a CBC News secret shopping investigation has uncovered, once again, several Loblaws owned and Sobeys affiliated stores overcharging for underweight meat, despite claims last year the grocery giants had taken steps to rectify the problem. So last year they said, oh, it was some of our vendors. We didn't know that they were doing this. We're going to make sure that they don't, blah, blah, blah. No, they didn't care. Because Loblaws and Sobeys and all these, again, we have like 3 major grocery chains or companies that own almost all of our grocery stores. David Dole also covered this story, so you can go over onto the Rational and National and check out his video on it as well. But yeah, we only have like 3 parent companies for all of the grocery stores that we have. And a lot of them have ties. Like when you look at, I think it's Loblaws in particular, the Westons, they have ties with Doug Ford. Like there are reasons why like COVID vaccinations and testing and stuff was rolled out to shoppers. There's a reason why, as we'll get into, he is totally for surveillance pricing. Anything to help these big grocers. That's what he's a fan of. He's not a fan of helping out the average person. So it doesn't surprise me that these grocery store chains do this again, because they were never held accountable the first time. So people are getting ripped off, said Terry Lee, a former inspector with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Lee, who spent 24 years with the federal food regulator before retiring in 2021, estimates misweight meat costs Canadian shoppers millions of dollars annually. Obviously, these retail stores are not to be trusted that the weight of the package is accurate, she said. Over the past 2 months, CBC visited 17 Loblaws owned or Sobeys affiliated stores in the Toronto, Vancouver, and Halifax areas, targeting packaged fresh meat sold by weight. Using a kitchen scale, CBC first secretly weighed meats in-store in their full packaging. When product scales weight matched or fell below the net weight declared on its label, that indicated the meat was underweight. likely because it was weighed and priced with the packaging included. Under federal regulations, the posted net weight for food and prices based on that weight must exclude the weight of the packaging. In all, CBC purchased around and documented 32 underweight meat products from 7 stores, and the details about it. So calculated overcharges ranged from 16.7% for air-chilled organic chicken. So that was an extra $1.35 on that, and yeah, some more details on it. The findings come at a growing frustration over the high cost of food. Grocery prices have climbed 30% since 2021. And yeah, people who are living with poverty, we're feeling it. We're feeling it. And there's no real solutions out there. But I'll toss the rest of this article into the SandBox for you guys, so you can read it if you want. You can also go over to the Rational National channel and check out David Dole's video on it. But here, again, we have Avi Lewis with actual long-term solutions for this sort of thing. So I don't need to read the quote because he says it in here. And this is kind of like a no-brainer, one would hope, but apparently to media and government, they're like, this is horrible.
This question of public option for groceries been taken up right here in the city of Toronto, which is now studying the proposal. We sparked a national debate, and we have a very clear plan to cut grocery prices by 30 to 40% for Canadians at a cost to the federal government that would subsidize this network of 50 kind of public Costco plus local stores. We'd subsidize it. It costs $350 million to launch and $300 million a year, which is, Anne-Marie, 0.5% of the current defense budget.
In other words, when they say, how are we going to pay for it? Easily. Like, the money's there. The money is absolutely there to pay for this sort of thing.
So these are not expensive, radical proposals. These are practical solutions to the crisis of the cost of living. And we're going to get out there and fight for Canadians and their everyday needs.
I don't want to wait 3 years for the next election. Because that's part of my frustration with all of this. It's like, what he's saying is great. I hope that between now and the next election, the NDP can really start picking up momentum and getting attention. But for a lot of people, 3 years in the future is too late.
The other parties are distracted. Pierre Poilievre is in a leadership crisis with all these floor crossings. And the prime minister, I don't know, he's building a big tent so big that I think if a tent is as big as the entire political spectrum, what do they stand for? This question of public option.
So yes, we need like socialized grocery stores. Toronto is introducing a couple. And what does Doug Ford think of it? It's socialism. But he's proposing, you know, paying $100 billion to put a tunnel under the highway. Because the only thing worse than getting in a traffic jam on the 401 would be getting in a traffic jam in a tunnel. And so, again, I don't have to read this because he says it.
Premier, do you think it's time for some Ontario-run grocery stores so people can afford the essentials?
Okay.
How you can justify saying no to this in any way is absolutely ridiculous. Do you want to do something to help people afford groceries? That's socialism now.
Okay, I love the mayor, okay? But this is the craziest idea I've ever heard. These grocery stores can make, and these are experts. These are the Costco's, the Walmarts, the Loblaws.
The multi-billion-dollar corporations that can take a fucking hit.
They make 2 to 3%. You know, food banks, yeah, by all means, support the food banks.
Food banks are not a solution. Food banks should not have to exist. People should be able to afford fucking groceries.
But we can't have city-run grocery stores, but that's up to the mayor. If you want city-run grocery stores, you'd be subsidizing it huge because it's crazy. That's socialism. I love you, Mayor. Okay.
Oh no, not the socialism. Yeah, I doubt he loves the mayor too. It's anonymous. But it's just, again, this is something that is just so common sense. Do you want people to be able to afford to eat? Nah, I'd rather these corporations make more money. Like, that is just how these people keep on getting into power is mind-boggling to me. And so here's more of it. So Premier Doug Ford says he agrees that grocery store prices are through the roof. Still, he says the province won't intervene to prevent surveillance pricing. So now we're moving into the concept of the surveillance pricing. The premier also says the idea of the city province-run grocery stores is socialism. And so here he was having an exchange with Avi Lewis on this, and what Doug Ford says is a dead giveaway as to where his loyalties are.
Let's give more money to Galen Weston and David
That's
Thompson.
right. You know, God bless the Weston family. That's what I have to say. We need
I
more
gotta
people
leave it there.
like the Westons.
Let's give more money to Galen Weston and David
That's
Thompson.
right. You know, God bless the Weston family. That's what I have to say. We need more people like the Westons.
So the Weston family owns Loblaws, and they are also the richest family in the country. And he is saying, God bless the Weston family. The family that is currently ripping off people. The family that is currently making it so that groceries are unaffordable to a lot of people. God bless them, you know, for jacking up the cost of groceries to the point of people having to sacrifice like actual other necessities. or not caring about what's in the regular grocery stores, because then there's those discount grocery stores that are actually owned by the same parent company. But yeah, here he is. God bless the Westons. Fuck all you plebs out there, but God bless these billionaires. What an asshole. Like, my God. If people were aware of this, but so many people are just so unplugged from politics. So more from Colin DeMello. Premier Ford says no to shutting down surveillance pricing. So no, I believe capitalists. So Doug Ford, this is a quote from Doug Ford saying, no, I believe in capitalist society, free market. The market dictates if ABC Grocer wants to compete against the other ones. That's what the true driver is. Free and fair competition, and let the market dictate. Surveillance pricing is not free and fair. Like, it's just not. It's not capitalism. It is predatory. And again, this is just something that's so common sense. Like, one would think, yeah, this should be banned. You know, if somebody goes to a store or goes online shopping and buys something, it should be the same price for everyone. As opposed to thinking, you know what? We think you have 2 extra pennies today, and we want those 2 extra pennies. We don't want you saving up. We don't want you buying any luxury goods. We don't want you doing anything else than giving every single excess penny you have to us. This is just, again, and this ties into AI, because how do you think all these things will be programmed? More on this. So somebody's saying, oh, very interesting tidbit here. It was the Liberal majority that gave green light to surveillance pricing. If they didn't have a majority, a ban on unfair practice could have passed. So, federally, the Mark Carney government is on board with surveillance pricing. Doug Ford, the conservative, on board with surveillance pricing. And if the Liberal government didn't have its artificial majority, we would have actually had a little bit more power there to do what obviously should be done, and that is ban it. But Mark Carney is a conservative when it comes to economics by far. And him and Doug Ford are buddies for a reason. And so Jenny Kwan is an NDP MP, and she says Liberals are choosing corporate algorithms over Canadian families. Yesterday, every party supported our motion to ban surveillance pricing, except Liberals. It's really bad when the Conservatives are on board. While they review the problem, corporations continue to squeeze family budgets. Why won't the PM just say yes to a ban? And so Jenny Kwan here just saying, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the NDP moved a unanimous consent motion in this House to ban surveillance pricing, and every party agreed except the Liberals who blocked it. Meanwhile, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living, and corporations are using algorithms to figure out how much more they can squeeze of a family budgets and seniors living on fixed incomes. Like, the thing is that even this surveillance pricing, it's not how much they think you can afford, it's how much they can force you to pay. Because a lot of the things that people are paying for aren't an option. They need groceries. And so it's not, oh, well, we think these people can afford this and they'll be fine. No, no, no. It's how much can we force you to pay for it? Because if you need, let's say, a carton of eggs, and you need it for whatever reason, and the price is still too much for you, if you need that, you can't just say, I'm going to go without food. You are forced to pay the higher prices. But here's Avi Lewis with a very strong stance against surveillance pricing, and they also have a different name for it, which I think is a far more descriptive way of describing it. So he says, today the NDP is calling on the Carney government to implement a national ban on surveillance pricing before it becomes a predatory new normal in Canadian life. Canadians are already struggling with untenable cost of living. Now retailers are teaming up with big tech to squeeze people even more. It's time to stop the practice dead in its tracks.
Today, we take aim at a new threat to all Canadians, lurking in supermarket aisles, big box stores, online shopping sites, in fact, in every single place that Canadians spend money. It's called surveillance pricing. And it's a crystal clear example of why we desperately need government guardrails to protect us from the triple threat of big tech, AI, and corporate monopolies that dominate every sector of our economy. Working together, these forces constitute an unprecedented threat to Canadian pocketbooks. Avec l'intelligence artificielle, les géants de la techno et les monopoles.
Then he says the same thing, but in French. And the subtitles are also in French, so that doesn't help. But they generally speaking just repeat the same thing.
Nous annonçons ce matin. Today, I'm calling on the Carney government to implement a national ban on surveillance pricing before it becomes a predatory new normal in Canadian life. Leah Gazan, MP for Winnipeg Centre, will be filing a motion on behalf of the NDP urging the government to take action immediately. We know that the rise in the cost of living, especially food prices, is already untenable for so many Canadians. And now grocery giants and other retailers are teaming up with big tech to squeeze people even more. Companies now have the technology to use our personal data, everything from our shopping habits, where we live, what we do online, or even how long our mouse hovers over a specific section of a specific website, to set individual prices for each of us. They have.
So some people might hover over something for a longer time because they're trying to debate if they can afford it. Also, what a lot of people, again, don't tend to take into consideration with this topic is how it affects people with poverty and people with disabilities the most. Because there are some people that rely on deliveries and online shopping, especially if they have a disability and they can't get out to the grocery store, or they live with poverty, but the cheaper grocery store is online. Because it's the people who shop online in particular that are really going to get hit up with this. Like if you go to a store with cash and pay, It's not going to be surveillance pricing for you. Although Walmart is going to be changing their pricing to digital soon so that they can just change their prices at a whim. So if something blows up in the news about a certain thing and suddenly tarps are needed for whatever fucking reason, then they can just jack up the prices on that with the click of a button. But this affects people with disabilities the most, who rely on deliveries because they have to shop online. And those are the people who are most vulnerable to surveillance pricing because they can't just go to the store and pay whatever the store is saying. Like, this is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It's not a fair practice. The idea that, you know, somebody might be paying less for the exact same item that I need or something. Like, this again, it should be a no-brainer that this is an unfair practice, that it should be banned. It's, yeah, so frustrating that I can't remember if he says it in this clip or not, but it's like the way that AI is so insidious is like it can tell if you're a new parent or something. And then depending on your purchasing history, it might be able to tell if your baby is sick. And then suddenly when you go to the checkout, baby thermometers, the price is increased because they know you need it. Again, it is sick. Like for me, vitamins might be more expensive because I need to get vitamins because my digestive system is wrecked. So then I might get charged more on vitamins because I need them. Like, it's so frustrating.
At their disposal an unlimited number of data points, harvested from our devices through digital surveillance and AI, that they are now using to predict the highest price they can get away with charging us. This means that two different people...
And again, it's not the highest price they can get away with charging us. It's the highest price they can force us to pay.
Could pay two different prices for the exact same product in the same store or on the same website on the same day. It's unfair, it's a ripoff, and it's downright creepy. And it's time to put a stop to it.
And so this is more, so Don Davies, who is a sitting NDP MP, passed the motion to get rid of this. And of course, the Liberals voted it down.
There have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. I move that, in the opinion of the House, the government should ban surveillance pricing where personal data is used by corporations to increase the prices consumers pay both in-store and online.
Unfortunately, the member does not have unanimous consent.
So it could have been set. It could have been done. We could have had it so that surveillance pricing was banned, but nope, the Liberals. But again, part of the reason why their majority might end up biting them in the ass is they can't blame other parties for these things in the future. When these policies get pushed through, it is 100% on the Liberals. So when surveillance pricing, because again, people aren't paying attention, but when people start feeling it, when they start realizing it, when they notice it, and they get mad, it's 100% on the Liberals. Fortunately, for the average person, it'll take them a while to figure it out. But here is David quote tweeting this out. This truly ought to be a no-brainer for the call for the government. People don't like to be ripped off, surveilled, or treated differently from their peers. Algorithmic pricing does all three of those things. And so here is an ad from Marit Stiles. She's the leader of the Ontario NDP. She should have stepped down because we need somebody more like Avi Lewis as leader of the Ontario NDP. But because she decided to hold on to her seat, the Conservatives might win the next election. And the message in this ad, it's good. I'm fucking pissed off with this ad. But we'll get to it. So she's quote tweeting herself here, just saying grocery prices are up 30% in 5 years. Families are spending $1,000 more just to buy the same food. And now grocery giants, tech companies are teaming up to use AI-powered algorithms. Oh, you don't like AI here, do you? Do you? And electronic shelf labels to charge you even more for the same carton as eggs based on your data, your searches, what you click. This is called surveillance pricing, and I'm bringing a vote to ban it in Ontario. Manitoba's NDP government banned it. Doug Ford can do it. Can too. He just has to choose people over corporations. Yeah, those AI-powered algorithms.
Researchers did an experiment. 400 people, same moment, same grocery store, same items. Some paid $4.69 for eggs, some paid $4.28. Wheat thins, 4 different prices. Peanut butter, 3 different prices. An algorithm decided who pays more.
Fuck off with the AI-generated images. No. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
So how did they decide who pays what? It's watching everything you do. What you search for, what you browse online, what you buy, when you buy it. It builds a profile and then it calculates what's the most this person will pay. It's called surveillance pricing. Corporations using your data to charge you the maximum amount they think you'll pay. Here's how they did it. Companies like...
I'm seeing some people with questions about ad blockers. I would never endorse uBlock Origin on Google Chrome because Google Chrome doesn't accept it anymore. But I would never then reveal to you that if you move to Firefox, it works perfectly fine there. And all your ads would be blocked on YouTube. I would never suggest that to you guys.
Instacart bought a firm called Eversight. Every time you buy canola oil, they're testing. Can we charge you 10 cents more, 20 cents more? What's the maximum before you notice? They call it AI for everyday price performance. And they promise grocery stores 2 to 5% profit increases. Translation, they squeeze millions of dollars out of you, 1 bag of beans at a time. And it's not just online. Walmart is lobbying to expand surveillance pricing to physical stores. Electronic shelf labels with digital price tag.
I know I've seen some of these labels in some stores, but I can't recall which ones they are off the top of my head. Yeah, I love those funky angles there. Huh. Shelf stores usually angle up at 30 degrees, do they? Anyway, yeah. Because again, this could be if there's a shortage of a product, if it's raining outside, umbrellas could be suddenly more money. Like that's the type of thing that we're talking about here.
Tech giants want you to believe you can opt out of that, but you can't opt out of groceries. And they know that. And look, this isn't just about
Farmers markets are going to become so popular in the near future.
Groceries. An Uber driver analyzed 159 identical rides. Same route, same driver, same car. Some passengers paid $80, others $250. Your rent? Landlords are already doing this. The Competition Bureau investigated.
Yeah, like that's the thing. If it's illegal for landlords to do that, because there was that thing in the United States and it was also happening here in Canada where landlord corporations were working with each other to increase the rates of rent and see what people would pay and all that sort of stuff. If it was technically illegal for them for competition, whatever reasons, why not for this? How is this any different, especially here in Canada when all of our grocery stores are owned by the same 3 companies? Aren't they collaborating with each other to charge us more money that way?
Restaurants, flights, hotels, if it can track you, it can charge you more. Wapkanu's NDP government saw this coming, so they banned it.
Here in Manitoba, we've got a bill to ban predatory pricing.
First province in Canada. And what's Doug Ford doing about any of this?
Is this something that your government would be open to banning here in Ontario?
No.
I'm introducing a motion to ban predatory pricing in Ontario. Doug Ford should put his money where his mouth is and protect you from the American tech giants and corporations that are ripping you off. Go to this link and tell your MPP to vote yes to ban predatory pricing.
Good message, but don't add in the AI imaging. Also, again, she's... Yeah. I have my issues with Marit Stiles as the leader of the NDP here. But this is from the NDP, also talking about this, their statement on it, but here is their letter that you can send to your MPP about it. So I will toss this into the SandBox. Fill this out to go to your MPP to say, yeah, no, this is not good. I will fill this out afterwards so you do not see my postal code and phone number. And then there's also this from Marit Stiles and the NDP, ban predatory pricing, AI-driven price gouging has no place in Ontario. This is a really ugly website. So you can send an email now, which is the link I just sent you, but then there's also a digital toolkit that you can look into. So here we go, into the SandBox. Okay, and then we get into more AI-related stuff. And Christo Avalos here, quote tweeting Mark Carney, saying, Carney wants to bring mass unemployment to Canada and have you applaud while he does it. This is, again, if we lived in a proper socialist society where all of your basic needs were looked after, then AI taking jobs wouldn't be so scary, especially if it's the jobs that people don't want to do. But all it's going to do is take away jobs. No jobs are going to replace them. And there's no social safety nets capable of keeping people off the streets and in good condition. But the economy is going to do great because that top 15%, whew, they're going to benefit from this a lot.
When we build physically, as I just said, we're building inclusively, sustainably, and in solidarity. And these same values must hold when we build virtually, because AI, artificial intelligence, the defining technology of our era, is arriving. And the question is not whether AI will transform our lives, it will. The question is whether it will improve the lives of all Canadians or benefit only some.
No and yes. It will not improve the lives of everyone, and it will only benefit a few, unlike what he says. This is just, it's, damn it, there was a thought in my head before my cough came. This will only, yeah. Oh, right. Like all that AI slop out there right now that is absolutely devastating the environment and jacking up the cost of memory, RAM, and water and all that sort of stuff. How is making a stupid, kitschy video about a cat climbing up a wall improving your life? How is uncreative people being able to make something they call creative improving the lives of everyone? It's not.
Our goal is AI for all. AI governed by Canadian values, AI accountable to Canadians, AI that serves Canadians. AI for all can make the jobs of Canadian workers more interesting and more rewarding. And done right, and we must do this right. AI in healthcare can mean shorter wait times and better service.
Anyway, like, I wasn't all against AI in principle, but the cost does not equal the results for it. The cost to the environment, the cost to people's jobs and livelihood and all that sort of stuff for what we get, not worth it. Not worth it. Well, nothing would be worth the environmental destruction it's doing, that's for damn sure. So a little bit more here that's kind of related to this. So apparently, Liberal Party adopts motion to restrict kids from social media. And this person says, I'll translate. Liberal Party adopts motion to make sure every single person in Canada registers their social media accounts with government-approved ID. We've seen this in Australia, the UK, the US, and it's now coming here because of course it is. All these bad, horrible things that you're seeing around the world that these Western countries are doing, it's going to happen here. And so it's only a matter of time before all of us will have to show our ID online. Like I already got that from YouTube at one point. I think it was just a glitch though, saying that unless I get my parents to approve my account, my YouTube account, it'd be I wouldn't be able to do anything on it. And it's like, your AI that you supposedly have should be able to look at my watch history and realize most likely an adult. Not to mention, I'm in fucking Canada and it's not an issue here because I replied to them on Twitter about that. And they're like, oh, for American citizens, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm a fucking Canadian in Canada. But yeah, this is just a way to tie all of our social media activity to our government issued IDs. There are other ways of doing this. Like I'm not an expert on this, not by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm fairly certain that there's other ways that we can protect children's use because if we get into it here, Liberals adopt policy to restrict kids from social media. So this will happen. The Liberals have a majority. As soon as they make the bill, it is going to pass. This is it. Be prepared for it. This is going to happen. So Montreal, or this is from City News. Federal Liberals voted in favor of setting 16 as the age of majority for Canadians to be able to use social media accounts. Party grassroots passed a non-binding resolution Saturday morning for the restriction and to place the onus on social media companies to enforce it. Quebec MP Rachel Nain, who presented the idea to her caucus and championed it at the convention, says prolonged social media can be harmful to the mental health of young Canadians. She said social media companies need to be more accountable and stop allowing young children to use technologies designed to be addictive. Now, you see, this is where an alternative solution lies. How about you crack down on all these social media companies to not use technologies designed to be addictive? How about that? How about that? How about we start there, where these social media corporations aren't allowed to purposely try to addict people to it? We could start with that. You know, I'd be more on board with that. You know, change the algorithm so that's not just feeding you slop all the time. I'm also for like nationalizing some sort of social media as well. But yeah, maybe start with that. Start so that more adult content isn't fed into algorithms all that much, like less often. Let's put it that way. How about we start with the companies and how they run their technologies versus forcing everyone to put their ID online? Because as soon as all of our IDs are online, it's hackable. So somebody could hack into these systems and find our government IDs and post that information online. It's happened with other companies. It's only a matter of time. I don't need to read the rest of the article. We get it. And I made my point here. let's start with making it so that these technologies are not addictive. Let's put in barriers for them to not be addictive. Let's start with that. Let's enforce the law so that companies are not allowed to design addictive algorithms. I'd go for that. But here we have Sam Osterhoff. He's a conservative MPP here in Ontario. He got into office extremely young, like one of the youngest. And he is, you put conservative right wing in the dictionary and his picture will show up. Like he is anti-choice, horrible religious based type of conservative. And he says, Ontario is leading. Today in Vaughan, we welcome a multi-billion-dollar investment from Microsoft as part of their $19 billion investment in Canada. The Ontario-based projects will increase the province's cloud and AI infrastructure. And it will very doubtfully create 1,250 good-paying jobs, especially when you start to include things like how many jobs are lost because of it. But Corrupt Ontario just wanted to point this out. Absolutely fitting that Epstein's buddy, as in the Microsoft owner, putting a data center in Mobtown. After all, local boy and Harper minion, Lecce is building a nuclear reactor to power it. We'll pay to build a nuclear plant, and then we'll subsidize Microsoft's insane energy consumption. Because this is what people will be living next to. I don't think people really understand how horrible these things will be. This kind of thing, it might not sound all that loud on here. It can drive you fucking insane. Like, just remember back when the trucker convoy was occupying Ottawa and the constant blaring of the horns. It keeps you awake, and then sometimes it will shut off and other times it'll be on, and not having it on a regular schedule too, never knowing when it's about to come on. It's also, it's stressing. You can't just block out these sounds. Like, there's been a lot of construction around my building, and there's sometimes a drone of something nearby that it wakes you up. It keeps you on edge, like sudden random loud noises all over the place. This just makes people tense and uncomfortable, and it destroys the wildlife in that area because the wildlife will flee. And yeah, to me, there's currently no upside to this AI. What's the word? This AI avalanche that the 1%ers are all about. It's a bubble, and it's going to burst hard. And they're trying to force it on people. They're trying to get like celebrities. I saw some tweets about, a couple of famous women celebrities saying women need to get in on the AI. And they're trying to force people to have an interest in it, when the interest is actually the opposite. People don't like it. People want it gone. People think it's intrusive. They think it's bad. They think it goes against creativity and art and harms jobs, harms the environment. The people don't want this bullshit, but they keep on trying to force it down our throats. It's so fucking frustrating. Anyway, that is it for that docket. Start closing these tabs. Keep that tab open so I can fill out the petition. But close those ones. Okay. And then I can also close this one. Let's see, how are we for time? It's been over 3 hours. How long are these dockets? I'm trying to determine if I'm just going to do these two tomorrow. These two dockets that I have. It's just international news. And some more provincial based news. Let's see. Time. I'd rather just get them done now. I really would, so that I don't have to worry about getting caught up again. So I'm going to quickly check the SandBox, and then I'm going to try to hammer through these dockets a little bit faster. Let's see. I'm just going to skim through these a little bit faster than normal. John Davis, A.V. Lewis for PM. I would be on board with that one. Let's see. People talking amongst yourselves. The Wild West, owning the libs, but literally because you are a billionaire. No, they say something slightly different. That sounds better to French people. Talking about me skipping over French stuff because it's usually the same thing, but no, they pander. So life, make online data protection laws. Yes, that would be nice. Some talk about ad blockers. Synonymous saying they hiked my bread price to $2.50. Yeah. Like, it's just, this isn't something that should have to be banned because it's something that shouldn't be allowed in the first place. It is like, to me, it is such a no-brainer that the first time that this was suggested, everyone would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, like, we just, you know, it's wrong. It's so wrong. Let's see. Rockman, when he says AI will shorten wait times, I say how? Yeah, somehow the doctors in the ER will work faster because of AI. There's maybe scary stuff to do with that. The Wild West, maybe parenting when it comes to, you know, social media access to kids. Yeah, that would also be a good thing to work on, is proper socializing of children. And so life, I was thinking about getting a county ID. It's government issued, has my photo. The points are easier than a DMV too. Like, that's another can of worms with the idea of government ID and stuff. It's like, not everyone will necessarily have photo ID, depending on age or if they have a license or not, and the accessibility of it. And it's just, again, there's so much wrong with the idea of it. So life, don't let Taylor Lorenz hear you call it addictive. I have seen some of her videos on it, and I don't agree with them. There's some points, yeah, sure, I give you that, but it's designed to be addictive. Let's see. Brendan Wood, AI is horrible for research bias. It entirely excludes everything it wasn't trained with. Meanwhile, the tech billionaires choose what it knows and what it just ignores. It doesn't even provide citations. Rebecca Watson did a really good video about AI being used in like medical diagnoses and stuff of that sort. And I recommend people go over to her YouTube channel and check it out. Her name is Rebecca Watson, and she does a lot of debunking of science type stuff or tech and whatnot. But she did a really good video about how horrible all this AI is when it comes to this sort of thing, how AI becomes like that self-eating snake type thing, because an AI post will generate something and then their AI program will grab from that one, and it just keeps on getting worse and worse and worse. And also, yeah, as it stands, it's totally unreliable, less than Wikipedia, which was never an acceptable source. Don't trust AI. Just don't. And part of my issues with AI is you're training people right now to get used to it, to rely on it, to accept it, and believe in its validity. And once you get the entire population kind of complicit with it, the people who program that AI can change it. And people then aren't going to question what they see. But then the people, like I said, the people who run it can then start changing and start feeding in the information that they want you to see. And if people aren't in the habit of doing double checks and doubting it, then they're just going to start accepting whatever is fed to them at face value. And that is a dystopian nightmare. So Life, I recommend you go watch her video on Graham Plattner. She had some valid points in it. Ones that I hadn't considered. But yeah, she was very frustrated with the majority report. I don't agree with all of her points in it, but she does have some very valid points in it that are worth considering. Anyway, let's move on to some international news. There we go. So this is Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. We are outraged to learn that Canada has denied entry to officials from the Palestine Football Association ahead of FIFA pre-World Cup meetings in Vancouver. This is despite Canada's host role and its recognition of the state of Palestine. Canada must reverse this arbitrary and discriminatory ban. What? You're saying Canada has banned pro-Palestinian officials from coming into Canada? Never. It's happened a lot, actually. It's just, this is about soccer, football, soccer. And they're still banning officials from the Palestine Football Association. Why? Is there a reason? Are they terrorists? Anything? Other than they're from the Palestine Football Association? Again, a state that's supposed to be recognized by Canada, but they don't. So here's the article on it from The Guardian. Palestine FA officials denied entry to Canada. Officials from the Palestine Football Association have been denied entry to Canada. The 3 officials have applications for visas to enter Canada rejected, with the association subsequently asking FIFA to intervene with immigration authorities on their behalf. It comes amid concerns over the ability of some nations to travel freely to the summer's 48th team tournament, which will be held across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. So, for a lot of people, it's very obvious why it might not be safe to travel to the United States. But apparently, if you're Palestinian, it might not be safe to travel to Canada and the United States. The annual FIFA Congress will take place in Vancouver on April 30th and is seen by officials as an unofficial kickoff to the World Cup, which begins on June 11th in Mexico City. Palestinian officials have also hoped, however, to use the event to address the issues of Israeli football clubs playing competitive matches in what the PFA argue is occupied Palestinian territory in the West Bank. Following a submission by the PFA to Congress in 2024 on the issue, FIFA undertook investigation claims of illegal matches on the occupied territories. The report, finally published in March of this year, saw FIFA ruled it would take no action over the claims, resolving that The final legal status of the West Bank remains an unresolved and highly complex matter under public international law. It's not that complicated. Let's see. So I'll toss the rest of the article. I'm going to be skipping a lot of article reading at this point. There you go. So I'm tossing a lot of the rest of the article into the SandBox for people who want to read the rest of it. But just given the state of my speaking ability and breathing, I'm going to be skipping over large parts of articles here on out. So apparently this happened too. UNICEF is outraged by the killing of 2 drivers of trucks contracted by UNICEF to provide clean water to families in the Gaza Strip. The victims were killed by Israeli fire in an incident that took place early this morning at the Mansoura water filling point in northern Gaza. UNICEF extends our condolences to the families of the men killed. So yes, international aid organizers, people, volunteers are still being killed by Israel in Gaza. This has never stopped. It's not talked about as much anymore because of all of the attention going towards what's happening in Iran and Lebanon, I mean. But the genocide in Gaza is ongoing, and they are targeting people that are trying to make it better. So the victims were killed by Israeli fire in an incident that took place early this morning. The incident in which 2 other people were injured occurred during routine water trucking operations with no changes in movement or procedures. The Mansoura water filling point is currently the only operational truck filling point for the Murot water supply line serving Gaza City. UNICEF and humanitarian partners use it multiple times a day to sustain critical water trucking operations for hundreds of thousands of people, including children. UNICEF contractors have been instructed to suspend on-site activities until security conditions in the area are restored. Again, I'll toss this into the SandBox for people. You can read the rest of it. Just absolutely horrifying what Israel has been allowed to get away with. Still, nothing. And then, well, I think this is a bit more. Yep. So here we have Canada. Canada addresses UN General Assembly today, condemning Iran's attack and affirming the importance of upholding respect for international navigation rights at the Strait of Hormuz. So we're on the stage, the UN stage. We don't mention the UNICEF workers who were killed. We're just like, Iran is bad, even though Iran was the country that was attacked. And right when you think it can't get more ridiculous, like just Canada's language when it comes to Israel and all the other countries, right when you think they couldn't kiss boots anymore, you get this. From Anita Anand, please see my statement on the tragic death of a Canadian citizen in southern Lebanon. Today I was made aware of the death of a Canadian citizen in southern Lebanon. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I extend my deepest condolences to his family and loved ones, as well as the broader community. Global Affairs Canada officials are in touch with his family to offer consular assistance as needed. Canada firmly supports the Lebanese government's efforts to restore and exercise full state authority, including through disarmament of Hezbollah. We call on Israel to cease its attacks and encourage Israel and Lebanon to reach a durable diplomatic solution to end the conflict. Once again, my sincere condolences at this tragic loss of life. Who killed the Canadian? Anita? Who is responsible for his death? You don't want to bury it in the end where it's like, yeah, Israel is still attacking. You might want to mention who's responsible for his death. Also, I'm seeing a word missing from this that I see pretty much every time you're talking about Hamas and Iran. There's a word. It also begins with a C, but it's not condolences. The word, condemn. You usually say you condemn these actions. But you're not even saying how this person died. You're just aware of the death. But you're not condemning the actions of Israel, who's responsible for that death. Because Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East says he was killed by Israeli strike. Why is the minister unable to acknowledge this? Can't condemn it, can't acknowledge it. Just send condolences. Like, it has really gotten to the point now that it feels like if Israel were to launch a bomb and it hits Newfoundland, they would be like, our condolences to everyone in Newfoundland who was affected by a tragic explosion. No further statement. Our condolences. They don't even fucking care when Canadian citizens are killed over there. Unless they're also Israeli. Well, then they'll care. But if they're Palestinian, if they're Lebanese, Iranian, and they're Canadians and are killed, condolences to the family, no acknowledgement of how it happened. Absolutely, utterly disgusting. No talk of sanctions or anything of that sort. Yet there's talk of sanctions against Iran for being attacked and defending themselves. Therefore, they should be sanctioned. So Corrupt Ontario quote tweeting this article here saying, but we'll still sell Israel weapons because we're fucking pigs. And Scott Robinson had tweeted out this clip saying Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Nunn, and I don't need to read that because she says it in here.
We are very concerned about the killing of a Canadian citizen in southern Lebanon, and indeed,
by who?
I express my sincere condolences to his family and his friends and his community. I am continuously in touch with the government of Lebanon. I spoke with the foreign minister of Lebanon yesterday, in fact, to express Canada's solidarity with Lebanon, including their territory.
Why does Lebanon need our solidarity right now? What's going on over there that you would say something like that? Is there something causing strife, you could say? I wonder why you're saying this about, the people of Lebanon.
Integrity. I understand that the peace talks between Lebanon and Israel began yesterday in Washington.
Why are peace talks needed right now?
DC, where their representatives were directly discussing the potential for a ceasefire. We very much hope that there will be a ceasefire, and in the meantime, we'll continue.
Then talk to your buddies in Israel and tell them to stop firing. From CBC, Foreign Affairs Minister says she spoke to Lebanese counterparts in wake of Canadian citizens killing and declines sanctioning Israel, noting ceasefire talks are underway. So Anita Nunn spoke with that, and declined to sanction Israel, which Mohammed Hassan's Hadir's family blames for the death. I express my sincere condolences, as she said, but she sidestepped when asked about sanctioning Israel, which is a long-standing request of civil society groups like the National Council of Canadian Muslims and Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. The NCCM reiterated that request in the wake of the person's death. I understand that the peace talks between blah, blah, blah. So, no sanctions, just, condolences. We'll send some condolences. Oh, but down here, new Liberal MP declines to weigh in. So Liberal MP elect for Toronto riding of Scarborough Southwest, Dolly Begum, who has been vocal critic of Israel, declined to weigh in on the issues of sanction. So this name might sound a wee bit familiar if you're a fan of my channel and you have an incredibly detailed memory. So Dolly was an Ontario NDP MPP who stepped down from her seat so that she could run in a Liberal, in a riding for the federal seats as a Liberal. So she was an Ontario NDP MPP, quit her job to go for a spot as a Liberal in the federal. And she got it because the 3 by-elections happened. And so while she was a Ontario NDP MPP, she was like, what Israel is doing is bad. There's a genocide happening in Palestine. But now that she's crossed that floor, very quiet about it. So apparently, when the Liberal Party buys you, you sell a bit of your soul to them. Because that's disgusting. I think it's horrible what has happened, and I look forward to working with the ministry and listening to my community as well, she said. So Dolly said she spent the last 2 months knocking on doors in her community and heard from voters about plenty of issues, including the conflict in the Middle East. There are many parts of the issue I'm hoping that I can address to this government right now. Dolly is one of 3 Liberals who won by-elections Monday, helping Prime Minister Mark Carney cement his majority. Before she joined the Federal Liberal Party, Dolly was the deputy leader of the Ontario NDP. She even moderated one of the federal NDP's debates. In that role at Queen's Park, she called Israel's actions in Gaza a genocide. Our governments sit here patting themselves on the back every time there's a ceasefire, which eventually falls apart, time and time again, she said, according to an official transcript at the Ontario Legislature from November 3rd. Our federal government recognizes Palestine in words, yet refuses to implement an arms embargo and impose sanctions on the Israeli government. You go from that to condolences for a Canadian who mysteriously died in Lebanon. You're okay with that? You can call it a genocide and now just turn your back on that? What a fucking betrayal. So here we have is from Dropsite News. Israel's government released its 2026 Global Anti-Semitism Report, describing 2025 as a year of persistent high levels of incidents worldwide. The document blends verified attacks with online speech, protests, and pro-Palestinian political activity, broadly defining anti-Semitism to include a wide spectrum of criticism of Israel. And we've talked about this before. It's bad that they do this because it undermines actual anti-Semitism that should be dealt with. When you start saying anyone that says, free Palestine is being anti-Semitic, and then the people that they start labeling as anti-Semites are not that. They're just very outspoken about the genocide that's happening in Gaza. But if you say that there's a genocide happening in Gaza being perpetrated by the Israeli government, suddenly you're an anti-Semite. Yeah. So a section on fake news claims. Let's see. This is probably one. Yeah. Widely reported Gaza stories like mass starvation warnings or viral images of Israeli attacks were exaggerated or misleading. It names public figures from right-wing commentator like Tucker Carlson to climate activist Greta Thunberg, accusing them of being leading amplifiers of anti-Semitic content. The UK, US, Germany, and France are praised for aligning education policy, policing, and national security tools under one anti-Semitism strategy. And so this is Greta responding to her being the number 2 second most dangerous anti-Semite in the world by calling mass mobilization on April 17th, Palestine Prisoners' Day, urging action against Israel's death penalty law, which only applies to Palestinians. So, with all the actual Nazis out there and other right-wing bigots, Greta is the second most dangerous anti-Semite in the world.
Apparently, recently, the Israeli government released a report where they identify me as the second most dangerous anti-Semite in the world, and the reason is for me using terms such as genocide, siege, and mass starvation to talk about the situation in Gaza. Anyway, the genocide continues, and just some weeks ago, Israel passed a new law to impose death penalty based on race only for Palestinians. This is apartheid. And on Palestine Prisoners' Day, April 17th, the world will rise up against this new law and against apartheid. We must activate all parts of civil society to demand imposing sanctions, divestments, boycotts, accountability for war criminals, and ending our implicity with genocide and apartheid. It is the bare fucking minimum. So get organized and show up on Palestinian Prisoners' Day, April 17th.
So that's a bit late now for people to be aware of because it's now the 19th, but you get it. But some news that isn't being covered that, again, probably good to see. Barry here is saying it's not getting as much publicity as the last one, so it's important we amplify it and keep the world's eyes on. There are, as always, at risk. They are. And so, from Al Jazeera, the global Samad flotilla is en route to Gaza once again. This time it's bigger than ever with over 70 boats and 1,000 participants from across the world. All attempting to break Israel's blockade to deliver life-saving aid. Because again, Israel's restricting baby formula, medicine, anything imaginable from getting into Gaza. The genocide is still happening there. We're just not hearing about it as much. But it is 100% still, people are suffering and dying there, not getting their supplies that they need, everything. And so we definitely should be keeping our eyes on these participants. A lot of them, including Greta, were severely abused in the last one. It is absolutely horrific, the impunity that Israel has on that, because nobody was held accountable for the abuse that they endured. But one little funny thing. Art. Art is beautiful sometimes. So apparently Homeland, a TV series, hired some Arab graffiti artists to create pro-Assad graffiti to give a highly Orientalist set a greater sense of realism, and instead they wrote "Homeland is racist," knowing the producers wouldn't realize until it was too late. Oh my god, I would love to be in this situation and do something like this. Or somebody hires me for commission art and I slip something like this in it. I would so love to be able to do that. But apparently the boys parodied that. And the boys parodied it by saying Homelander is racist in Arabic. We need more art in the world to do this sort of thing. Okay, so I can close those tabs. And I will quickly check the SandBox before we move on to some more provincial news. I also have just the most endearing, adorable, wonderful news story to end on. Just something that is so light and fun and absolutely needed on a timeline. I love it. I love it so hard. This last news story that I'm saving for you guys. So you all make sure to remind me to show you so I don't forget. Let's see. Again, I'm just going quickly go through these. Soul Life. Pastor Ben was live for 9 hours, and every time I clicked on his stream, he was using different AI service. Ugh. No. Hard no for me. The Wild West, I saw a menu with different languages that was obviously AI. It had Acular instead of Bienvenue. Yeah. Let's see. No, FIFA hasn't been canceled till live. Although it's going to be very, very interesting how many people actually attend the matches in the United States. Reference frame: real Canadians boycott the US, Israel, FIFA, and the Olympics. Soul Life. Not gonna happen. Saying, get the AI to summarize the articles for you and read them to us. I know you're joking. Let's see. So Life, it's bad when Israel finally accepted Gaza's death count. They said it's 70K now, and add a digit to that. That's, yeah. Synonymous, Iran is bad, but not on this thing. Yeah. It's like Owen Jones always points out, you could be against the invasion of Iraq, but also still think Saddam Hussein was a horrible person. And it's the same thing with this. Like, I don't think the Iranian regime was a good thing. They're horrible, oppressive, executed civilians, all that sort of stuff. But they shouldn't have been attacked by Israel and the United States. Thousands are dead. An entire city of millions had black sludge rain down on them and will possibly give a lot of them cancer in the future. Their infrastructure is being destroyed. They're on the verge of a fucking, mass murder campaign. I don't want to say genocide yet, but it wouldn't surprise me, of a country of 90 million, what they're doing to that country. How does that help? Like, that's the thing. How does that improve the situation there? It doesn't. So yeah, it's I agree with you. Like, they were not a good thing, but my God, what is happening to them is absolutely horrific. I wish that there was a way that I could watch YouTube and ban all AI videos, or videos that use copious amounts of AI. People are just talking more about AI. Like, I wish there was a filter in YouTube, because I hate how it's like, oh, I want to see a cute kitten video and it's fucking AI, or, oh, a video on natural disasters and it's AI, and the audio is AI on things. And so then I never know if the information I'm getting is accurate or not, because sometimes I know it's like, you're showing this flood and saying it's from this time, but I actually know it's from a different one. All of that sort of stuff. So a lot of videos that I still enjoy are ones from like 5 years ago on these subjects, because then I know the likelihood of them being AI is very, very slim. But yeah, I wish there was a filter button to say, okay, is somebody using AI generated script or images, and just do not recommend. Like, there are some channels that have far more subscribers than me, like a couple digits worth, that are completely AI. So nobody's doing any real work for it, not really. And they're getting paid a shit ton of money in ad revenues and all that sort of stuff. Okay. So Life, why doesn't Loon like modding here? Maybe he hates us. Looney Tunes. What the hell was that, Soul Life? Welcome to paying attention to SandBox. Why the fuck is DJX streaming right now? I don't know DJX. Okay. Like I said, I want to get through this. I only have one more docket to go, and then a nice little enduring, beautiful news story that we need more of. Oh, Donald James X. He likes playing a lot of 80s music. Okay. Let's hammer through these provincial stories here. So starting in Alberta, Education Minister responds to concerns over changes to remove ideology from classrooms. We've talked about this a little bit before. They're passed a bill. So basically, people can't talk about queerness in the classroom. That's really what it was about, or anything that they deem to be political. And apparently, you know, somebody being queer is political, and they want to ban that. So it's like the don't say gay, but in Alberta. And so I'm going to play this while I go grab another drink, because my throat is not doing terribly well. So.
Our schools should be places where we teach students how to think and not what to think.
Education Minister Dimitrios Nicolaides says his government's amendments to the Education Act in Bill 25 will ensure teachers keep any personal bias or ideology out of their lessons. He says it's become a distraction that's hurting test results. The bill requires teachers treat all viewpoints from students equally. It's an issue he hears about from parents.
Students shouldn't be censored from expressing any kind of particular view or opinion.
That includes views based on misinformation, even if they're potentially harmful to others. Nicolaides isn't concerned about hate speech in the classroom because
those goalposts are already outlined by the Criminal Code of Canada.
There is a solution being presented in this bill to a problem that doesn't exist.
This University of Alberta education professor says teachers already follow professional standards to keep their views to themselves.
Yeah, it's kind of like the whole, we're going to ban surgeries for trans children. You know, the surgeries that aren't happening. This wasn't an issue. It's a fake issue that the Conservatives wanted to, you know, invent to distract from the fact that Alberta's healthcare is being privatized even more so than here in Ontario. And their education is falling apart, and the governance and everything is just really, really bad there. But it's like, somebody might say that they're gay in a classroom, and we can't have that now, can we?
Their training guides discussions about ideology, human rights, and other sensitive subjects.
Perhaps the student comes into the classroom thinking they know everything there is to know about a topic, and then through study, through investigation, they learn that there's a lot more to a topic than they thought.
Peck believes under Bill 25, teachers will choose to avoid touchy topics altogether, a chilling effect the minister doesn't see.
Well, the legislation doesn't limit topics that can be discussed in a classroom in any way, shape, or form. If a teacher wants to challenge a student's particular perspective on any subject, that they can do so in a manner that's...
Yeah, we're not restricting them, but we're just making it so uncomfortable and you know, the whole chilling effect that they don't want to risk it, which is a very unwelcoming environment for children.
fair and free from any personal bias.
It's just right-wing ideology posing as neutrality.
The opposition NDP also takes issue with new flag restrictions in the bill that say schools can only fly the Canada and Alberta flags unless given special permission.
Cut the crap. This is about banning the pride flag, and they're just not brave enough to say that.
Nicolaides says the restrictions could extend to classroom decorations or even stickers or pins on teachers' personal belongings. Those regulations will be ironed out if the bill is passed and enacted for the next school year.
Teachers should wear military uniforms. Yeah. And so the next story is also from Alberta, but it is a municipal story that leads into stories about housing that I wanted to cover. So here from City News, and this is in Edmonton. Women's shelter closes after City of Edmonton denies lease renewal.
Edmonton has about 100 fewer emergency shelter spaces now than it did about a month ago because of a decision by the municipal government. This space behind me here in the North Edmonton Belvedere neighborhood was an emergency shelter run by the Elizabeth Fry Society since December 2023, but now, as you can see, construction crews are getting ready to take it all away. Trailers.
So where are these people going to go? You know, the cost of rent is just too outrageous. For a lot of people, they stay in abusive situations because there's nowhere for them to go. They can't afford to leave. They can't afford to get a new apartment. They can't do this. Emergency shelters save lives. They do. And, you know, if 100 shelter spaces are just going to close, then, you know, the province needs to step in. Like, this is, again, housing shouldn't be in such critical supply and so difficult to get that we need one place with 100 shelter spaces. There should be far more safety nets put in place for people so that they don't have to go through this.
Dismantled, loaded on trucks. Crews Thursday hauling away what used to be an emergency women's shelter. 96 private rooms here, run by the Elizabeth Fry Society, who is leasing the public land from the City of Edmonton for over 2 years. They asked for an extension till July. The city declined. Municipal administrators know the decision will have an impact in a February memo to city councillors, saying the closure will put strain on the emergency shelter system because of the net loss of spaces for women and gender diverse people.
Are you concerned at all that there's these, you know, about 100 people who won't be able to get a space now, for at least for now?
We're always concerned for people's well-being, obviously. The province is mostly in charge of that. So if they had wanted to purchase the land, for example, to make a permanent space.
So again, the province is mostly in charge of that. So instead of worrying about where vulnerable women and gender diverse people are going to go, somebody might say they're gay in a class. A teacher might have a pride pin on. We can't have that. Let's focus on that. Let's pass legislation on that. But for these people who need emergency spaces, we don't need to do anything. The province, you know, it's like, what? Is it our responsibility to run things around here?
They were able to do that.
Ward Councillor Aaron Paquette saying that space was always meant to be temporary. The city was providing the land for a low cost and the Alberta government paid to run it. But having the shelter in that location was controversial.
If the province is serious about providing long-term permanent space, that would be much better, far more dignified, and have much better security, as not specifically in the shelter, but around the shelter. We saw a very substantial spike in calls for services.
The Elizabeth Fry Society is still looking for a new permanent location. The Alberta government now firing back at the city, saying city councillors' public comments may be adding to the delay. Alberta Social...
We don't like what you're saying, so we're just not going to cooperate.
Services Ministry in a statement to City News saying the previous actions of council to make claims of social disorder surrounding the shelter certainly has not aided in the process of finding a new location. And the enforcement of laws and bylaws outside of shelter limits remains the responsibility of the city and local law enforcement. However, City News spoke to a relative of a woman who was staying at the shelter, saying she's now homeless and living outside. Meanwhile, Danny Vo, who works nearby and shared his concerns with City News about drug use.
Okay. Goes on to some other things, but here we have, so emergency shelter. And then here in Vancouver in BC, homeless count now shows 12% increase since last tally. Remember Mark Carney earlier in the stream bragging about how great the economy here is in Canada? If that was actually true, why is homelessness exploding across the country? Again, they just focus on one data point and ignore all of these other ones. If the economy is so great, there shouldn't be a 12% increase in a city when it comes to being homeless. The number of people who were homeless in Vancouver increased by 12% last year, according to a report coming to the City Council next week, which noted homelessness in the region reaching an all-time high. And so issues like this are all over the place. And then you have, like in Edmonton, they closed an emergency shelter. So, you know, that's only going to add to people on the streets and put strain on other shelter systems. They're not building shelter spaces fast enough to keep up with these increases. And so it just puts vulnerable people in even more dangerous situations. The 2025 point-in-time homeless count was conducted over a 24-hour period in March of last year, found 2,715 unhoused people in the city, up from 2,420 in the previous count. Of those counted, 763 were unsheltered, meaning they living outdoors or in makeshift shelters, sleeping in parks, alleyways, and staying in vehicles. Homelessness is devastating for individuals, undermining physical and mental health, personal safety, social and family connections. And yeah, we know that. I'll toss the rest of this article into the SandBox for people if you want to finish reading it. It breaks down the rates of homelessness and whatnot between different groups. And I can't because the link is too long. Darn it. So, unfortunately, you will have to Google this link if you want to read the rest of it. Or I'll just slowly scroll through it and you can freeze the screen. While intimate partner violence is a leading cause of homelessness for women, some remain in violent or unsafe home because the risk of homelessness feels even greater. Yeah. The report also noted that 40% of seniors surveyed said their first experience with homelessness was when they were 55 or older. Here in Ontario, number of homeless ODSP, OW recipients in Ontario surges 72% since 2019. Province says it has taken historic action to make life more affordable for Ontario families in response. Really? Really? The number of people on Ontario Works and the Ontario Disability Support Program who are also experiencing homelessness has shot up 72% since 2019, according to a new report from human rights organizations, Matry. I wonder, who's been premier that entire time? Were there any policies like, I don't know, getting rid of rent control that might have contributed to this? Also, lack of increasing the rates, waiting a few years before finally increasing the rate of ODSP, but not by nearly enough. Still has Ontario Works frozen. Hasn't increased that one at all since they've been in power. I wonder if it's the current government's fault. In its newest policy brief released this week, the organization, which described itself as a committee of advancing systemic solutions to poverty and strengthening civic communities, says that more than 30,000 people using these programs don't have stable housing. That's a city. That's a city worth of people don't have stable housing that are in some of the most vulnerable categories out there. Last year or the year before, it was 80,000 people lived in tent encampments. If that was counted as a population center, it'd be the 18th largest in the province. So those figures based on provincial government data obtained through Freedom of Information requests. It's going to be a little bit more problematic in the future. Let's see. Over time, and so this is somebody from the program just saying, over time, we've just simply allowed the realities of living on low incomes to kind of skyrocket and just ignore from a policy perspective. White, who is the director of Matry. The report highlights other pressures felt by social programs recipients, including that homelessness among those who have relied on OW for more than a year have spiked 136%. Over that same 6-year period. Far from stabilizing lives and helping people escape poverty, reliance on OW is increasingly a homelessness sentence, wrote study author Lena Matry's senior advisor. And during that time, Doug Ford said that people need to get off their lazy ass and stop watching Flintstones in the basement. He was talking about Ontario Works recipients. Their homeless rate has spiked 136%. And this is bullshit here. Increases to ODSP have not kept up with inflation. There has been no increases in Ontario Works. Also, you're allowed to make more money before we start deducting. Go to work, you people on disability. But gaps remain, and report lays out constraints OW and ODSP recipients deal with in the face of high rents, especially urban centers like Toronto. The maximum monthly rate for a single adult on OW was $733, while the highest ODSP benefit was $1,408. According to figures from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's rental market report, the average market rent for a bachelor apartment in Toronto this year is $1,500, which raises to over $1,700 for a one-bedroom. But you know, those people surviving on $733 need to stop watching the Flintstones. So Sam Hirsch is just quote tweeting Doug Ford here, saying in 2017, the Ontario General found that it costs $613 a month to house someone in supportive housing. That would be an affordable rent. Keeping someone in correctional facility was $43,000. Sorry, not $43,000, $4,300 a month, 7 times more expensive than supportive housing. We all lose under Ford's obsession with prison expansion. So, for those people who are unhoused, Doug Ford is making more prison spaces. Not housing spaces, prison spaces. And a lot of people who are unhoused are also getting criminalized. They just want to sweep them all up and send them to prison. And there are for-profit prisons here in Canada. It's a private for-profit type thing. So yeah, you can go to a prison here and then be forced to work for, you know, $2 a day doing something. Our license plates in Ontario are actually made through prisons. And so Colin DeMello is like, Premier Doug Ford says his government is looking at a massive prison expansion in Ontario, including modular units. He says doesn't care if the province stacks them 10 high. Doug Ford, so tough on crime. Let's just throw them all into a cell, even if we have to lay them on top of each other. Let's just cram them in there. They deserve to suffer. They're criminals. They don't deserve any rights, regardless of the crime they've done. Let's just toss them in there and make them suffer.
Well, we're just going to start building more jails. We're going to start building out modular units as well. Again, we aren't building Four Seasons hotels for these people. They're going to jail. And again, I don't care if you stack them 10 high. These are criminals that broke.
He uses such dehumanizing language towards people. Like, it's just, people should not be coming out of prison more broken than when they went in, and he is making sure that they basically can never function in society again.
Broke the law, and they're going to be held accountable. Maybe the other criminals will think twice about breaking the law. Well,
says somebody who is guilty of a lot of fraud. Like, not officially guilty, put that disclaimer in there, I suspect is very guilty of breaking a lot of laws. Doug Ford needs to be in prison. Like, it's not enough to just vote this monster out. He needs to be in fucking prison for everything he's done. So, meanwhile, there's staffing shortages, but let's make them bigger. Lockdowns at Ontario jails caused by staff shortages rising rapidly, data shows.
More crowded, and the union that represents Ontario's jails are getting more crowded, and the union that represents correctional workers says there also isn't enough staff.
It just creates an excessive workload that people are struggling every day to keep up with.
Documents obtained by Global News using Freedom of Information laws reveals as of October 2025, Ontario's correctional facilities are operating at an average of 130%.
This should be illegal. We're talking about people's safety, physical and mental health, people not getting the treatment and restorative services that they need. This is absolutely unacceptable.
Capacity. It's a significant increase from September 2023, when figures obtained by the Canadian Press put province-wide capacity at 113%.
Again, this is all on Doug Ford. This is his responsibility. This is his fault.
As a result, OPSU says it's seen an increase in jailhouse violence.
For all of 2025, there were just over 7,300 inmate-on-inmate assaults. And that's 1,000 more than the previous year, and almost 2,000 more than the year before that.
Just 5 of the 25 correctional facilities on the list are reporting less than 100% occupancy, but some parts of Ontario are struggling more than others. The Sudbury Jail was at nearly 166% capacity, while the Milton Vanier Centre for Women was at 164%, and the Southwest Detention Centre in Windsor sat at about 158%.
They are highly dangerous places today. It's not a matter of whether or not we need to wait until they're 200% over capacity. We are already at this breaking point.
The institutions hold people accused of a crime but not out on bail, as well.
So when Doug Ford goes on and rails about they're criminals, they deserve to suffer type thing, a lot of these people haven't been found guilty of a crime. They're being held there. They should be presumed innocent. But instead, they're being forced into these abusive systems these abusive, torturous systems where they can be assaulted, where they're not getting the help that they need for mental health, physical health, education, like everything is just falling through the cracks. And you could be completely innocent of anything and be in this situation.
People accused of a crime but not out on bail, as well as those serving sentences of 2 years less a day.
70 out of every 100 people that are sleeping in an Ontario jail cell tonight haven't been convicted of an offense. This lays waste to the principle of the presumption of innocence.
To address the problem, the province says it's adding more than 1,400 new beds in corrections facilities, hiring 3,300 new staff, and investing $3 billion.
So if 70% of people haven't even been convicted of a crime, you're just making this so that more people who haven't been convicted of a crime get locked up and abused.
$1 to update corrections infrastructure.
We're going to build as many beds as we need to protect Ontario. We've got an aggressive plan. The drug traffickers, the murders, the people that break into our homes.
Violent offenders make up a small a small percentage. It's usually, you know, people with drugs, personal use. Like, it's just to put everyone who's in prison under the same blanket, like, of being a horrible monster. Meanwhile, Doug Ford is responsible for mass social murder. Doug Ford's policies are violent. Yet nothing happens to him. But somebody who, you know, stole from a retail store, they deserve to be punished and suffer like this.
The people that take a gun and shoot a father right in front of little kids, those people belong in one place, and that's in jail.
OPSU.
And I wouldn't argue that. You know, I'm not against locking up actual people, but they always point to that one story. They don't talk about all the people who are innocent or presumed innocent because they haven't been convicted of anything. They never point to those people. They just say, oh, they're all violent, gang-related monsters that deserve this. But here's an interesting twist on this. The tough on crime government from Colin DeMello. Ontario Solicitor General Michael says the province is going to get to the bottom of why more than 150 people have been accidentally released from provincial jail since 2021. They don't even know what's happened with some of these people or how they got out. And some of these people were guilty.
Well, listen, Colin, I'm going to get to the bottom of what happened. I'm going to make sure that we understand exactly what happened. You have to remember something, that we have many, many people moving in and out of our correctional system every day.
Yeah, it's just, you know, we can get a little overwhelmed in the system and lose track of things. And you know how it is. You know how it is. We just misplace a few people every now and then. Pfft, shit happens.
There's a judicial system. There's an administrative system. I'm not satisfied that one person is released improperly. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Is there a public safety?
But they're completely fine with 70% of the prison population being people who haven't been convicted of a crime.
Risk to these individuals who were inappropriately released?
I'm going to get to the bottom of this as soon as I absolutely can.
Yes or no, is there a risk for the public?
One is too many. We're going to get to the bottom of it, and we're going to do so with dispatch, and we're going to tell and reassure the Ontario public that our priority of protecting Ontario will not waver. It will not change at all. We're going to be laser focused, and I'm going to get to the bottom.
Yes. How can you say you're protecting Ontario, Minister, when you're accidentally releasing criminals? How is that
We're
protecting
to the bottom of it?
Yeah, all about being tough on crime, huh, Doug Ford? And so this is another video on it that has a little bit more information from Colin DeMello. Again, I'm worried about his job. If they can get rid of Tina Yazdani, I'm very worried about Colin because he asks a lot of the same hard questions, hence this guy running off. So, and I know Doug Ford will have global news in general in his crosshairs because they're the ones that pushed to get his phone records released. So Colin DeMello says, negligence or incompetence. The Ford faced criticism after global news revealed provincial jails have accidentally released 150 inmates since 2021. It's an issue the Solicitor General office had been well briefed on.
Premier Doug Ford says he was furious when he found out that 150 prisoners had been accidentally released from Ontario jails since 2021. While the Premier is promising to get down to the bottom of it, he's facing staunch pushback from the opposition, questioning how a law and order, tough on crime government could allow this to happen in the first place. It was the first time Premier Doug Ford heard of it. A global news story about how Ontario...
He should have heard about it. Like the chain of communication should have covered this a while ago.
Ontario's jail system accidentally released more than 150 inmates since 2021.
I can tell you, they had to pull me off the ceiling when I heard this. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to go to root cause, and we're going to make sure not one single inmate, not one, gets out that door.
Well,
but we'll lock up the innocent in a heartbeat.
Premier promised to get to the bottom of the issue. Internal government documents reveal the Solicitor General's office was well aware. In January of 2025, a briefing note for the minister laid out the protocols for an improper release. Police are notified and efforts are made to locate the individual. The ministry then conducts an internal investigation to determine what happened and how to prevent it from happening again. And the Ministry of the Attorney General also reviews specific instances of improper releases.
The Solicitor General knew about this a year ago, from what I can gather, and he should have made sure that...
Modern day and age. Look at this. Cell phone, cell phone, cell phone. Instead of all the mics that used to be there, it's now cell phone, cell phone, cell phone.
That everybody in the province of Ontario knew when he did.
The minister, under fire at Queen's Park, claimed the province was solving the problem almost immediately.
Did you lose 150 prisoners due to your government's negligence or due to its incompetence?
The improper releases, those people were reapprehended within minutes. Those people were apprehended and brought back to justice.
But additional internal documents show some accidentally released inmates had been missing for months. And while the Premier said his government was going to get to the root of the issue, we asked about internal accountability. How is it acceptable that your minister...
The amount of times his ministers have fucked up, but no one has been accountable of anything, like, come on. There should have been like a complete turnover in his staff by now, by the amount of mistakes that have happened.
The Solicitor General responsible for the entire jail system has known about this for a year and a half and is only now getting down to the bottom of it.
Colin, I can tell you, Michael Kersner is doing an incredible job. I told him it's unacceptable. The deputy ministers, who's in charge of correctional services, there has to be accountability.
His tie has germs on it. Really big germs. Anyway.
Critics of the Ford government say if the Solicitor General can't give the public a straight answer on the issue, then he should either step aside or be removed from his role. At Queen's Park, I'm Colin DeMello. Back to you.
That's how it would work in pretty much any other industry, if you screw up that badly. Moving on to some healthcare related stuff here in Ontario again. Ottawa Hospital plans to cut 3% of its workforce to address budget pressures. Again, the province is not spending enough on healthcare. Doug Ford will say, I'm spending the most of every province. Technically speaking, raw dollar, sure. But per capita, no. It's like one of the least. Were we watching the video on this? Oh, yeah. I believe the video gets all of this, so I don't have to read it. Good.
Job cuts at the Ottawa Hospital could impact patient care or operations. The plan is to cut 3% of the workforce in the coming months as the hospital deals with growing budget pressures. CTV's Josh Morano reports.
Where are those budget pressures coming from? It's coming from a lack of funding from the provincial government.
It's a move that could impact roughly 400 positions as the Ottawa Hospital looks to close a growing budget gap.
I don't think it's exaggerating at all to say that this is a devastating blow to the Ottawa Hospital.
The hospital is set to cut 3% of its workforce at a time when demand on the system remains high. The hospital says the cuts come as it faces mounting financial pressure. Despite the province increasing funding in the 2026 budget, advocates warn it has not kept pace with population growth and rising costs.
Ontario hospitals are funded at the lowest rate per person in Canada by a long shot. You know, it's actually billions of dollars behind the average of the rest of the country.
So again, when it comes to per person, Ontario sucks ass at this. But Doug Ford will say, we're spending the most. Because technically, yeah, sure, but not per person.
The Ottawa Hospital notes it has already taken steps to cut costs, but say more reductions are now needed. Saying in a statement to CTV News, we are in the process of working with unions and teams throughout the hospital to finalize specific details. These reductions amount to 3% of our overall workforce. However, through vacancy management and early retirement options, we will work to limit any involuntary departures.
You may be able to run a hospital without a CEO. You cannot run a hospital without the health professionals, the nurses, the cleaners, the people who feed the patients, all the support staff.
The hospital currently has more than 13,000 employees, including 5,200 nurses. Advocates say the cuts come at a time when hospitals are dealing with high demand, staffing shortages, and ongoing system pressures across the province.
This is reminding me, seeing the weather. It was snowing today. Outside my window, it was snowing. Quite a bit, actually. Middle of April. We got snow, and let's just say that's very uncommon for southwestern Ontario.
They do very good work, but yeah, waiting for a specialist or waiting for any service is probably not what it should be.
Josh Morano, CTV News.
Now cuts to education. This is from Toronto Today. The TDSB, Toronto District School Board, to reduce teaching staffing allocation by 600 roles. Doug Ford just wants to say a big fuck you to everyone when it comes to education and healthcare. The Toronto District School Board is planning to slash about 484 elementary teacher jobs and about 123 secondary teaching positions. I believe it was last week or the week before I mentioned that classroom sizes were already up to about 39 students per class. So in recent days, the board said that. So the plan shows a loss of about 5% of the board's elementary teacher workforce, totaling about 484 jobs compared to the number of teaching roles allocated last year. The board's secondary school workforce could also shrink by about 3%, equating to about 123 jobs. Parents are heartbroken. ETT President Helen Victors said the cuts are heartbreaking in depth. She says they will drive larger class sizes for next fall, harming teachers and some of the board's most vulnerable students. I'm really scared for September, she said. The needs of students in our schools have been increasing, and now we're going to have just a fewer safe adults in the classrooms for these kids who need them. So again, Doug Ford is not funding schools properly, forcing them to cut these positions. Tossing the rest of the article into the SandBox, but also it's not just Toronto, it's also in Kitchener. So nearly 130 elementary teachers in the region will be laid off, and so that is Waterloo region. Oh, there's a video. How long is it? Oh, okay, good. We can watch the video.
Teachers across Waterloo Region's public and Catholic school boards are being laid off. The Waterloo Region District School Board says 97 teachers are being declared surplus effective September. while the union representing Catholic elementary teachers says 30 teachers will be affected at the Catholic board. The boards and teachers' unions are linking the cuts to declining enrollment and the amount of provincial funding that boards are getting. Union
the funding, huh? Doug Ford sucks.
Leaders say they're getting concerned about the impact on the classroom.
Our main concern is possible increase to class size.
Okay, and we just went through that. Same issues. But Catherine Fife, who is the NDP MPP for Waterloo, has tweeted this out. Doug Ford is not your friend. Half-page ad in the Waterloo Record. Not sure who this PME Murphy is, but I think they are grand and factual. So somebody actually paid to have this in the newspaper, individual person. And it says, and it's a large ad saying, Doug Ford is not your friend. You are his employer. Doug Ford wants to replace your elected Waterloo Regional Chair with an appointee of his choosing. He wants to take away your vote and your voice. Are you okay with that? Tell him what you think at premier@ontario.ca. And so it says this space was paid for by PME Murphy, a resident of Waterloo Region, a taxpayer, and a voter. Fucking A. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Moving on. The environment. So could this be the end of green building standards in Ontario again? Premier Doug Ford's government is taking another swipe at green standards while nixing a requirement for municipalities to build climate change goals into their official plans. The new changes would roll back municipal enhanced development standards that require developers to improve park access, add tree canopy, install electric vehicle-ready parking spots, apply bird-friendly window coating, or implement other mandatory sustainable design features beyond what's set out in Ontario's building code or required to maintain health and safety. So Municipal Affairs Housing Minister says the proposed changes outlined in last week's Transit and Housing Bill will help standardize building requirements and get homes to markets faster and more affordably. Yeah. We're cutting red tape so that the environment will be devastated, but we might build one of our so-called homes faster that we are well behind in building to begin with. Soon, they're just going to be counting all those new prison beds as new homes. I wish I was joking with that, but considering that they've already started counting dorms, like college dorms, as housing to help, plump up those numbers. But critics argue further rolling back green standards will block municipalities from a tool to make their communities more livable and resilient to climate change impacts, from extreme heat to flooding. At the same time, they said the change may pad the profits of some developers, expand the use of natural gas and saddle home and building owners with future retrofit costs. Yeah, this isn't just about, the environment. It's about people's bottom line, their dollar. If you make a house more energy efficient, it's better. More trees helps reduce the temperature in a city. Because they absorb a lot more of the heat and they add shade and that sort of thing, which makes it more livable. But yeah. Halton Regional Chair Jane Fugel called it a gut punch. She said Halton Hills, like other municipalities, took up green standard in part because the province's building code was lagging behind on sustainable design and energy efficiency. So again, the rest of this will be in the SandBox for people. When it comes to changes to accommodate because of the ever-growing climate crisis, so houses that are more resilient to heat, to the cold, houses that aren't built in like flood paths and all that sort of stuff, houses with like solar panels and all that sort of stuff, that is someday going to be mandatory. We know this. So if you can start now, that would be ideal. But to stop it, you're just, it's kicking the rock down the road or whatever that phrase is. But more on it. Environmental groups launch constitutional challenge over Ontario's special economic zones. You do not see that. and I didn't even want to watch that video. Several environmental groups have launched a constitutional challenge seeking to kill an Ontario law that allows Cabinet to suspend other laws, arguing the Doug Ford government has abdicated the role of the legislator. Woodlands League, Environmental Defence Canada, Friends of the Earth Canada, and Democracy Watch allege Ontario Special Economic Zone law delegates power reserved for the legislator and wrongly puts them in the hands of the Cabinet. So this is one of the instances where Doug Ford has made a law that lets him overrule other laws to get what he wants. And that was Bill 5, which was very similar to the federal Bill C5. Ford's progressive conservative government passed Bill 5, which included special economic zones positions. That provision allows Cabinet and the Environment Minister to suspend any and all provincial and municipal laws within such zones as they see fit. And that's what they did in order to get the Billy Bishop Airport to say, it's a special economic zone, so we just get to take it. And they say, oh yeah, it allows us to do things faster. So Lindsay Beck, a lawyer with EcoJustice, says, we say that this delegation that the Special Economic Zones Act allow for goes too far, that it's not simply legislative delegating to the executive branch. What it amounts to is an abdication of legislative role. Control Z, Control V. There you go. If you would like to finish reading that. Moving on. OSAP changes. Covered this before, but again, we saw it with earlier in the stream with Mark Carney saying the economy is great. We're gaslighting you. All you people suffering don't exist. Economy is great. Everyone applaud the suffering and ignore that everyone is hurting. And this is another situation where it's like, yeah, people are suffering. And meanwhile, his team is applauding the cause of that suffering. So Colin DeMello, as Premier Doug Ford was asked about OSAP changes, he thundered back, calling Ontario Liberals a bunch of amateurs who would bankrupt a lemonade stand. Again, lovely shade coming from Colin. Note, under Doug Ford's, Ontario debt will now grow to $500 billion, and the budget has yet to be balanced. But if you can't run a lemonade stand, you're an amateur.
I'm listening to a bunch of amateurs that have never met a P&L statement in their life. They have never, ever run a business. I wouldn't trust you with my daughter's lemonade stand. You bankrupt the lemonade stand. You sell off the lemons because that's what you do. You're a bunch of amateurs. I'm going to ask the Premier to withdraw.
Decorum.
Withdraw for calling you an amateur.
Not the decorum. Oh no, you can't violate the decorum. You called them a name. You must withdraw. Yes, I withdraw calling you an amateur. Ah, shucks darn, you must withdraw that comment yet again. The theater of our politics is ridiculous.
Withdraw for calling you an amateur.
Withdraw. Okay.
So here's a tweet thread from Colin DeMello about the FOI changes embedded into this year's budget and legislation. Oh, there's a lot to go over. Hammer through it. After tabling bill on March 26th, the government referred to the bill as Standing Committee on Finance and Economic Affairs, where it languished for 2 weeks. On Wednesday, we asked Finance Minister Peter Plumey why the bill was marooned in committee and whether it would receive public hearings. His response, it's up to the government House Leader. We're not going to be watching the videos in this because I just want to zip through. For those of you who are still on the hostile fart sauna, here's the tweet thread so you can go back and watch all the videos if you would like. So we asked the government House Leader Steve Clark. He stated that public input in the FOI changes depends on whether the bill opposition filibustered in a different committee considered a different bill. Soon after, the NDP sent a letter to the government House Leader asking for clarity on the legislation. Then, late in the afternoon, the government recalled the bill from committee and ordered for a third reading. The opposition says it's a sign government knows its FOI changes are unpopular and underscored the idea that Premier Doug Ford is racing to hide records on his personal cell phone after years-long transparency battle with Global News. Which means before the end of the month, the records of the Ontario Premier cabinet ministers and their staff, past, present, and future, will be hidden from public view all over a cell phone. And so, let's see. Where is it? Yeah, so this is important here. It is set to skip public hearings. That's what the federal Liberals are also doing right now. Now that they have a majority, this is what they'll be doing. They do this when they know they're doing something wrong. When they know this is bad, they will skip the public hearings. Like, someone really needs to come in. Like, the courts have already ruled Doug Ford needs to turn over his cell phone records. Somebody should be fucking enforcing that. But, you know, if you're all stressed about this and you feel like, what can you do? How about just get drunk anywhere in the province? Ford government to allow alcohol almost anywhere in provincial parks. So first is expanding it to grocery stores and corner stores. And then he's like, do you know what? Festivals, people are allowed to bring their own alcohol. And now it's provincial parks. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Mm-mm. Do you know how many people will sometimes walk around in like sandals, flip-flops, or barefoot in provincial parks? And how many fucking broken beer bottles there are going to be? This is a nightmare. Oh, but people are going to be responsible about alcohol.
Right now, loggers like these ones, you can only have them on certain campsites, but the province actually is hoping to change that. They say soon many will be able to have.
Yeah, because as you're roasting by a fire, some marshmallows or anything, what you want is somebody who is completely drunk stumble into your campsite and fall over the fire. Because they're allowed to walk around with their alcohol.
Alcoholic beverages in more spots, like picnic sites here at the Bronte Creek Provincial Park or on beach sites within provincial parks. And they say visitors can either bring their own alcohol or they can purchase it at select parks.
Brendan Wood, yes, I do refer to Twitter as the hostile fart sauna.
Now, we are confident that with these changes, park visitors will be responsible when consuming their alcoholic beverages.
The province says the change will build on its efforts to modernize alcohol rules and support local tourism. Todd McCarthy, the Minister for Environment, Conservation and Parks, says existing rules still apply, though, for unlawful behavior, including public intoxication and underage drinking.
I don't think I would worry about it, but you have to get rowdy.
So who's watching all your campsites? Yeah. You just leave the alcohol in the cooler and you walk away from your campsite. Then some kid from a couple campsites over can just grab it. Cool. Cool to know. This is just a disaster. Like, it makes these parks less safe.
And start causing trouble. Like sometimes a bunch of kids get together and holy smokes, right? But other than that, I'm fine with it.
Well, even right now, we can go to restaurants and drink, so I feel that people would continue to be responsible.
Alcohol will...
I do not have that much faith in humanity. That people will drink responsibly in these situations. No, sorry. Don't believe it. Yeah. Mm-mm.
Will still be off limits in areas near playgrounds and sports sites. The province says there will be clear signage communicating that.
Which people will definitely pay attention to when they're drunk.
Even with those measures, some are concerned about the province now giving the green light for people to imbibe in areas like Provincial Park beach sites.
Alcohol and swimming and beaches really don't mix well. Approximately 30 to 40% of
Because you totally want people barfing all over the sand and into the lakes.
30 to 40% of drowning deaths in Ontario have alcohol involved.
Areas like Provincial Park beach sites.
It's an important point.
Alcohol and swimming and beaches really don't mix well. Approximately 30 to 40% of drowning deaths in Ontario have alcohol involved. So those victims have consumed alcohol. Another big concern that we have is around parents consuming alcohol and that impacting their ability to watch their children and monitor them effectively.
Yeah, I don't see any issues there at all.
Will still be enforced on anyone who is impaired in the water or on a boat. When asked if there will be more provincial officers deployed around Ontario parks during ride programs, McCarthy says the province's 550 park wardens have the same authority of provincial police to enforce the law.
I'm proud
But they don't have the same training
of our OPP and our law enforcement for investigating, detecting, and controlling impaired driving. And I think the general education out there has massively changed the culture around it. Designated drivers are always encouraged.
The governments are certainly welcome to modernize laws as they see fit, but they also need to be proactive about providing highly visible road safety.
Now, this is just the latest move from the Ford government when it comes to expanding alcohol rules. Just last month, the province announced that it would allow you to bring your own alcohol at licensed outdoor public events. In Oakville, Afia Baugh, City News, Toronto.
Stop. There we go. Okay. And this one, it's on the topic of housing again, but it's take the wins where we can get it. It's some slightly good news on housing. So Kitchener approves Renoviction bylaw. So I covered Kitchener earlier about the cut to teaching, and we've talked about housing and stuff, but this is something that will actually help people, making it harder for landlords to just say, yeah, we're fixing up your apartment. So the way that renovictions work is they'll say, the landlord will come in and say, yeah, we're renovating your apartment, so you need to move out while we're doing it. And the renovation could be something as simple as where they're painting the walls, like barely any real renovations. But where are you going to go for 2 months? Because legally, they have to offer you the apartment as soon as it becomes available. But if you have to move out for 2 months, you are most likely having to move into a situation where you have a 1-year lease. And you won't be able to break that. And so, since you won't be technically available to move back in, then they're allowed to jack up the price and rent it to someone else. And a lot of these renovations, like I said, aren't needed. They're just done as a way to kick people out, knowing that they won't be able to actually get back into the apartment in 1 to 2 months. So having a bylaw against that sort of practice actually helps.
After years of discussion, the city of Kitchener has joined Waterloo in approving a so-called Renoviction bylaw, aiming to help protect tenants from bad faith landlords. CTV's Heather Senerin has details.
Is this bylaw truly too much for you to handle?
From passionate tenants.
Are you unwilling to give the strongest lifeline you can to renters who are just trying to keep their heads above water?
To worried landlords.
It's going to deter landlords from staying in the game.
Oh no, not the poor landlords.
Let alone ever investing again, because they're going to hear from other landlords that it's impossible to do any upgrades on your home.
In the end, by a narrow margin of 5-4, Kitchener City Council voted in favor of a new Renoviction bylaw.
So the bylaw carries.
It's been a long time coming, so we're very happy with finally seeing it bear some fruit.
Acorn, a tenants' rights advocacy group, said the city.
If you are more interested in getting involved in housing advocacy here in Ontario, Acorn is a wonderful volunteer group to get involved with.
The city is doing the right thing with this new bylaw that involves landlords having to go through a licensing process for any renovation that needs a tenant to leave the unit.
As well as to levy fines against landlords that kind of break the system or don't adhere to it properly. So it kind of acts as a bit of a filter for the necessity of a tenant to be displaced for major renovations.
City staff said implementing the new rules would cost about $300,000, which includes the hiring of 2 new full-time employees. Some councillors wondered if this is the best use of city money.
What's happening is you're taking money away from our ability to fix our parks and our playgrounds and our potholes. And
You're taking money away from the things that we aren't doing in the first place.
And clear our snow, because that is our responsibility. We're supposed to advocate to the province to fix these problems.
Kitchener is following other communities.
You can do both. You can also advocate to the province to get them to do the proper thing as well. You can do both. You know, when it comes to things like housing, it is a multi-government issue. It is a municipal, provincial, and federal issue. All 3 levels of government need to be doing shit in order to improve it. It's not just one, it's not just the other. It's all 3 need to be working together to improve the housing situation in this country.
Who have similar bylaws like Waterloo, Hamilton, and London. And while Acorn is pleased to see the new rules, they said there is more work to be done to protect tenants that wasn't included in this bylaw.
Some of the stronger tenant protections like rent gap payments, temporary accommodations, and moving costs that we really pushed for and that really kind of help make these bylaws stronger and give tenants better protection didn't end up getting included.
City staff said the Renoviction bylaw is expected to come into effect at the beginning of 2027.
Okay, that's it for my dockets. So, I said I have a video that I want to show you. It's a news video. Let's scooch over the main shot while I lead into this. It is a news video, but it is the most endearing, wonderful thing I've seen in a long fucking time. And we need more of this. I love this so hard. This is like the most amazing thing I've seen so far this year. We need this. We need more of this. I wish I could have partook in this. It just sounds so wonderfully delightful. I love this so hard. So hard. But here is the news video from CTV News. World record achieved for the most people dressed like a dinosaur.
There are hundreds of people of all ages wandering the University of Calgary campus dressed as dinosaurs. They're here to celebrate the university's 60th anniversary and set a world record.
I love this so much. I wish I could be in a herd of people dressed like dinosaurs. I want to be that. I want to be in that. And the reason why it's in Calgary, this is important, is there's a lot of dinosaur deposits around there, and they have the Tyrone Museum not too far from there, which is a dinosaur museum. I've been there. It is awesome because, you see, I love dinosaurs. It used to be one of my special interests, and even though it's not like a hyper special interest right now, I still love dinosaurs so much, and I wish I was there and we could all be dancing to a dinosaur song because that would be awesome. I love this. I love this.
Olivia McMahon is a grade 4 student who wants to be part of something special.
I'm here because at a garage sale I got a costume.
This is kind of like Alien. Instead of an alien popping out of your stomach, it's a human popping out of a stomach of a dinosaur. I love it. I love it. I don't have one of these costumes. I want one of these costumes.
And I wanted to come because last time in Drumheller I saw some dinosaurs and I thought it would be really fun to come and see if we could break the record.
Isn't this awesome? Yeah, I mean, I work here, I'm here every day at campus and everybody looks different and there's diversity, but sometimes it's really
diversity in dinosaurs.
Cool to see everybody dressed up in the same way.
This is my wife, Amy. This is our son, Arthur.
And this is our daughter, Stevie.
Connor Venables brought the whole family to the campus and says it wasn't a stretch to get everyone to dress up.
We're in a bit of a dino phase. We've got a almost 2-year-old and a 4-year-old here, and dinos are a big deal for us in the family right now. I'm also an alumni, U of C Dino. I took my education program here.
The world record for the largest gathering of people dressed as dinosaurs is 468 that was achieved in Palm Beach, Florida last year. Guinness World Record officials were on hand at the university Saturday to count everyone taking part, and the total number smashed the world record at 682 people.
Make that 683 because I'm there in spirit.
It's incredible just seeing the people that have come from community, whether they're young, whether they're old, whether they're our faculty members, whether they're deans. Like, this is a pretty special day when we all come together, can have some fun, and really just celebrate 60 years together.
Lindsay Hine came with 3 generations of her family.
We always wanted to break a Guinness World Record, and my husband on our wedding day gave me this dinosaur costume, and it always has been an inside joke.
Look at this Triceratops. This is so awesome.
Joke of ours, and so multi-generational now, so any excuse to be a dinosaur.
And Hine is also an alumni with family history at the university.
My aunt was the one that submitted the dinosaur mascot when they were trying to figure out to have a mascot here, and she submitted the dino idea.
This is Kathy and Corson Kong's first visit to the university, and they're sad they're not wearing costumes.
We just heard the news yesterday. Otherwise,
I would make a dinosaur costume so fucking fast if I was there.
A costume. I'll join it totally. I think it's a great idea to broadcast the anniversary for the university, as well. It's a great day for the community to join us. It should be everyone's celebration.
It took a few hours to count all the dinosaurs, but everyone was happy to be part of setting a world record. Kevin Fleming, CTV News, Calgary.
I want to be there, where the dinosaurs roam. Sorry, I needed to have that little bit of joy to end this with. Oh. Okay, I can close all of those. Whew, I finished all my dockets. That's pretty good. Because again, for those of you who are joining later, I'm feeling fine. I'm not okay. I'm pretty sure I have a lung infection right now, hence the coughing I've been doing. But I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so hopefully I can get some antibiotics and an inhaler to get that all cleared up. It's not the first time it's happened to me, so it is what it is. But let's check the SandBox as we start to unwind. Be nice to be able to take a deep breath again. Needless to say, I won't be going to the gym next week because I basically have to quarantine myself until I get this under control because I can't risk getting another cold on top of this. Okay, how far back up do I have to go? Oh, I saw that. Okay. And for those of you who are still sticking around, who weren't here at the very beginning, I need your help with something. So as I'm working through the SandBox, I want you to answer this question for me. And it's about this book. So I now have a naming convention for my vampires in it. And so Minuet has 2 names, which is unusual because they normally have 3. But anyway, so one of their names is their vampirish name that is given to them by the vampire who finds them. And her vampirish name is going to be one of 2 things. It's basically the same thing with a very slight variation. And I want to know. So put a 1 if you think Minluna Lai, or put a 2 if you like Minlun Lai. So Minluna Lai, Minlun Lai. And what that means in vampirish is the brightest moment of the full moon. So 1 for Minluna Lai, 2 for Minlun Lai. Basically, you're just removing a syllable. And then I have to figure out how to spell that. It is hard to have conversations in the sandbox, Brendan Wood. That's why I don't recommend people get into back and forth. I don't know what's happening, but I don't recommend people actually argue or anything in the sandbox because it's hard to communicate inflections, sarcasm gets lost, all that sort of stuff. So if you ever find yourself like in a circular argument, just let it go. Stop. Because yes, ideally you need to have some things in a conversation form. Sandbox kind of short little comments don't do justice necessarily the thought that you're trying to get across. And it can be really misinterpreted depending on who's reading it. Oh, hello, Pup Tetris. Welcome to the sandbox. The Wild West talking about Doug Ford being a criminal. Brendan Wood, also the people they throw into psychiatric facilities have no trial and never got to appear in court. And they want to be able to put people into forced treatment now. The BC NDP has decided to put that through. Forced treatment for people with addictions. You know, not trying to fix the issues that led people to become addicted to drugs, but they're going to force them through treatment. Meanwhile, they'll release them into the environment that caused the addiction in the first place. Hello to old Greece. I declare shenanigans on Doug Ford. Yes. Lots of carrots. I would love to go for some carrots right now. Let's see. And I'm glad you found my channel, Brendan Wood, and thank you for the subscribe. For subscribing? You're gonna learn very quickly. I lose words the longer I go on in a stream. And there's a fun little game that people like to play where I'll be like, there's a word in my head that's kind of like this, and I don't know what it is. Everyone in the sandbox go. Because there'll be a word on the tip of my tongue that I just can't think of in the moment, and then people usually get it. I don't think I've actually been let down once. And it's not an intentional game on my part, but it's pretty much turned into a sandbox game. The Wild West. Now I'm paying rent in carrots. The art of the deal. Looney Tunes. Doug Ford is an amateur. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's been a long time since I've been on a picnic. Seems like a lot of prep is involved. And then today you might look out and be like, it's a nice, beautiful, sunny day. Oh, it's snowing. Okay. Did I say hello to Mary Gold yet? If not, hello. Welcome to the sandbox. I always worry that I'm missing people in this, and I feel bad because everyone likes to be acknowledged, and I want to acknowledge all the wonderful people that participate in the sandbox because Participating in the SandBox helps us in the algorithms. Let's see. Diversity of dinosaurs, said the Wild West and Brandon Wood. Dinoversity. Rockman might recognize some of those dinosaurs. Oh my god, that was so awesome. I so want to be in a dinosaur herd. The Wild West, getting married in a T-Rex costume is based. I've been to the Tyrone Museum. It's great. Marigold, Sandy Saurus in spirit. Brendan Wood, Toronto Dinosaur Parade. I live like 3.5 hours away. I think Toronto could definitely break the world record in that. Reference frame, Sandy Saur. All those works. Now I got some 1s and 2s for the book, for the character name. Let's see. Pup Tetris. I used to be a really big fan of the Dimetrodon for no real reason other than I was a kid and I thought it was cool. Rusty. I want to call you Rusty Ader. Rusty says, yeah, we love Sandy shoutouts. Boku was in earlier Soul Life. But yeah, I know the naming conventions for my characters in this book now. And so now I need to make up a whole bunch of vampirish names. So Vincent, who's the main character in this book, real brainiac, smarty pants. His vampirish name, I know what it means. It means a person of brilliance, or basically someone who is a savant. I don't know how to say that in vampirish yet. And then Michael is chosen one. But a lot of vampires from his generation will have that name. For reasons that you would never know by reading the book, this one, because it'll be in some prequels explained. But there's a lot in his generation with that name. So yeah, I need to start figuring out what all their names are and how to say them in vampirish. The trick is that I want names that don't sound like regular human names, but sound like they could almost be human names, you know? Like there's all the elfish names and stuff you get in like Lords of the Rings and stuff like that. And it's like you hear them and it's like, yeah, that's a name. It's a name. And so I want things like that for my vampires, but I have to just work on syllables that sound neat together. But also maybe sounds like it could be one part of all the same language, you know? But yeah, I've been working really hard on my TYT essay, which is part of the reason why I want to do all the dockets now, so that tomorrow I can either work on painting, because I have some vending markets coming up for my artwork. Painting more things like this up here, little pride flags of different variations. So So I either want to work on just painting or just the video it's going to be the video essay. And I know this now because I have my doctor's appointment tomorrow. And so when I get back from that, I'm not going to feel like painting probably because that disrupts my day. If I'm going to be painting, I have to be home all day. So I'll do the painting on Tuesday, but I want to work on the video essay tomorrow. And earlier in the stream, I showed people a clip I was looking for, like, I don't know, something like fucking 4 hours for. A minute long clip, minute and 10 seconds long, but it was the last 2 seconds of that clip that was just, and I remembered I heard it, but I didn't remember from which video, and my God, did I scour for it. I searched so fucking hard. And it paid off. I found it. I also worked on putting together a order of operation. So right now, in my video editing program, I have 5 instances of my video essay. So one is my TYT essay part 1, part 2, part 3, that sort of thing. It's in 5 parts right now, and I think that's where it's going to max out on. It doesn't mean my video essays will be in 5 parts. It just means that in order for my video essay program to not, destroy my computer, I need to break it up because there's just so many clips and information going into each one. It is just wild how much I'm putting in these things, how clip heavy these are. So I actually, one of the problems I was running into though was thinking, did I add this clip to this part, or is this clip in that part, or I want to snip a bit of that clip and add it here, and forgetting which part it was in. So I had to catalog the parts so that I can look at them and be like, okay, this part that I'm looking for is there, or okay, this video montage was added there, or I talked about this subject there, like that sort of thing. So I was working on that over the weekend, but like the script for this is already 50 fucking pages long. I don't know how long these video essays are going to be. I don't know how many I'm going to have to cut them up into, but I don't want any one of them being over 3 hours long, so. But also while I was searching for the one clip that I wanted, I found another golden clip that's going to be added in. It's from May of 2022, and Jank very sternly saying, fuck, what was it? Saying something like, we are not liberals, we are progressives. So I guess he said Democrats. We are not Democrats, we are progressives, and we fight. And you see, the problem with that one, and it took me a while to find it, was I saw it as a YouTube short, but a YouTube short back when this was posted was strictly 59 seconds long. And so literally half the word of progressives was cut off, even though it was in the title. So I had to open up the YouTube short to find out which date they launched it on, because it was, you could see on the YouTube short, it was a TikTok video. TikTok is fucking annoying when you go to search for something, as in you can't. So even though I had the title and everything, it wouldn't just show me the TikTok video. So I had to go to the TYT TikTok page and just keep on scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. And they don't have them easy to identify. So like if you hover over it, it won't tell you the title of it. It won't tell you the date of it. So at least like when you're searching through YouTube videos, you can have the title and that sort of thing. But no, you don't get the title or the date. So you have to click on one every now and then to be like, okay, I still have to scroll down for another 6 months worth of content. And then I have to look at the thumbnail for the TikTok video and be like, okay, is he wearing the same outfit? Is that the same outfit as that? To at least narrow down the options as to which ones I click on. But I did find it. And the TikTok video has the full little bit at the end, which is important for a soundbite to be a full soundbite. Oh. Looney Tunes, let me guess, the damn TYT video will be done in January 2027. Am I right, Sandy? I've already run into the problem where I'm going back over some things and I have a little tile above it or words put over top of it 3 years ago. And I'm looking at it, it's like, oh, I need to change all those because now it's 4 years ago. Like, I literally have one video clipped titled 3 years ago that I'm like, so that was from... Which is now adding more time onto my videos because it's like, okay, I have to go back to the sample source of that particular clip and find out exactly which year so I can be more accurate. But, let's see. I'll show you a little something. Let's do studio mode. There we go. And I'll do this. There we go. So spelling is a mess on this. I didn't care about it, but I'll give you guys a quick peek. So this is part 1 in the subjects and the topics kind of that I have there. And then I also have something like doozy soundbite because that's something that I might want to add later on. So that's part 1. This is part 2. And that's just between like Sam and Emma versus Jenk and Anna. Because it goes over, it's like, oh, it's the history of Sam, and then it's the David Duke topic, and then it's Emma's history with TYT, and then there's also the point about Adrian Lawrence, and then it gets into issues of covering trans stuff. So then there's the Brianna Wu tweet montage and all that sort of stuff. All of that there. And then having to add this in. Oh, do I add this clip in that just was made like yesterday from Emma into that because it fits? And then there's part 3, which seems small, but it's not. All of these are fairly long. It's just the points were a bit smaller. Same as part 4, it seems really small, but there's this thing here called the Tucker montage, which is basically a half hour long. And then I'm working on part 5 right now, where Jane claims to be consistent. I have that video clip where he's like, we're consistent. You can go back over 10 years. I didn't have to go back for over 10 years for a lot of these clips. I'm just saying. And so I had to catalog all of that just to make it easier. The Wild West Tolkien created entire languages. I am worried my brain will end up going there. Yes, the Wild West. The ring and the bracelet match. The earrings and the necklace. It's the eyeshadow. I tend to do the coordinated everything look. Well, Brendan Wood, I have another YouTube channel that is still just starting called Sandy Lovis. That's my name. And that's for art, writing, and all things creative. So if I post like an art video and stuff, it'll be going onto that channel as opposed to on this one because YouTube doesn't like it when you mix topics like that. So It's still brand spanking new, so there's barely anything on it. And as with a lot of my stuff, I'll be able to focus on it more when my fucking TYT essay is done. The Wild West, we need data center for the TYT essay. Screw the AI data center. Yeah, Soul Life, he does say populist a lot more now. For somebody who's so consistent. Okay. Well, I still need to unwind before I try to get to sleep, and I have the doctor's appointment tomorrow, so. Okay. Oh, well, if you're new to my channel, Brendan Wood, that's a drawing that I did of one of my late cats. So, yeah, I think I will toss this up on screen. There we go. Yes, please buy my book. I would super appreciate it. I guess, you know, providing my health is okay, I'll be on this space on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. It all depends on where my health is. Next news live stream, as far as I know, it's a go-ahead. Again, everything is health dependent at this point. And I'll be working on the TYT essay, also some painting of the little pride flags and stuff for a vendor market that I'm hoping to be in. Well, there are some that I'm going to be in that I probably won't sell enough to make the table cost back. But I'm hoping for a big one in June related to the subject of the paintings that I'm hoping will sell a lot more, and I need to do a lot more painting for that. So I'll be working away at that. So yes, please follow me on all of these and these. One for politics, one for art and writing. And yeah, I think with that, I'm going to do my sign off. I'm going to do it. Oh, right. Let me see if there's anybody we should be rating. Hey, there's me. 24 people are watching right now. Awesome. No, let's do some more. Did you know the Young Turks has a 24/7 YouTube channel? Oh, is Lucy Hayes? Let me check. I think Lucy Hayes might be streaming right now, which means it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's see. Redirect ad. Yeah. She is streaming. So I'm going to send you all over to Lucy Hayes. She is a trans streamer from, I believe it's Norway, and she is doing some gaming stream, some fundraising apparently right now. And so I will add that, save. So we will be heading over to Lucy Hayes after this. So everyone go support her content. She does good work. Like, subscribe, all that sort of stuff. So with all of that, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you for the super chats, becoming members, purchasing things off my wish list, helping me out financially in any way you can. I super appreciate it. It helps out a lot. And, you know, it keeps it going. And hopefully one day this channel will be big enough to make a real difference when it comes to all of this mess. So, and thank you, mods. You all rock. You are all awesome. Where's my end? Here. Oh, no, I gotta do this first. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.